This evening we have the privilege of having Robert Moore to present our first presentation of our time together. Robert Moore is an educator, he's a teacher, he's a Jungian analyst, he's an ordained Methodist clergyman. He teaches at the Chicago Theological Seminary. He has written several books, has been editor of many others. He is a worldwide lecturer. But I think in the context in which we are this evening, he is a friend of Journey into Wholeness. He has been with us many times, and on every occasion he's with us, he becomes more of family, of community of Journey into Wholeness. And it's always such a warm time and a privilege for me to introduce to you Robert Moore.
And so it's always a joy to be here. And I must say, I said to some of my friends, my new friends at dinner tonight, that it's always a pleasure for me to be in a part of the country where no one has any accents. And because, you know, I live on the south side of Chicago on the University of Chicago campus. They're always asking me about, what's that accent? And I always say, well, I live on the south side. But it's a pleasure to be back in the South. I was down working with the Southeast Men's Conference this past fall, and I feel it's always healing for me to be back in the South. So it's a good thing to be here with you. After that wonderful beginning, I feel like I should preach, but I have to wait till Sunday to do that, right, Father? But what I'm going to do tonight is to ask you to put on your thinking cap with me, because I'm going to lead us through some historical memory tonight that is relevant for what we're doing here together. In other words, why is it that we bring together Jungian psychology and Christian spirituality today? And why is that an important endeavor? You know, some people are very suspicious of that. And some people don't really know why anybody would want to study Carl Jung, and particularly why study Carl Jung in the context of Christian faith or any spiritual commitment for that matter. And what I told Jim and Annette that I'd like to focus on in these lectures, this is really a new ground for me. You know, I'm a psychoanalyst that likes to think about psychoanalytic theory, and I love to work on the collective unconscious. And I've been working for many years trying to offer a decoding of many of the structures of the collective unconscious, and a lot of my books and lecture series focus on that. But I asked Jim and Annette to let me speak in this series of talks, and also in the ones that I will give with Journey in Little Rock, Arkansas this summer, to speak about the relevance of Jungian psychology for helping us really to reappropriate a dynamic and creative, biblically grounded faith. Because there's so much confusion today about what biblical faith is. And there are a lot of versions of biblical faith that some of us think are not very creative, and some of us think are, in fact, regressive. There are some forms that tend very quickly to get into a kind of a divisiveness and mean-spiritedness that I think does not become us as Christians. But I do think it's very important for us not to lose these major stories of our tradition. And so I asked Jim and Annette to let me think with you together on why Jung, in trying to really keep our feet grounded solidly in the biblical witness of our faith. And so this is material that I've been spending a lot of time thinking about and praying about, not so much as a scientific psychoanalyst, but as someone who feels that this is a very special time in human history. And it's a time when many, many people are losing their moorings. And there's a great deal of confusion and disorientation in the world. I don't know it. Maybe you don't feel it as much in Tipton, Georgia, as we do in Chicago, Illinois. But I wanted to share with you some of my thinking about the difficulties of having a dynamic and creative faith today which bridges science and spirituality in general and scientific psychology and Christian biblical faith in particular. So that's what I'm going to be addressing in my talks to you during this time we have together. Tonight, I want to work with you on some historical memory about the spiritual worlds of our foremothers and forefathers, to help get a sense about some, speaking of the journey into wholeness, some of the roots of this journey that we're on, and some of the tremendous changes that have happened to us as a species as we've tried to find ourselves and tried to learn how to live together and not regressing into religious hatred for each other. So the first thing I want to do tonight, you'll have to put your magician cap on and work with me on this. I'm gonna put a few things on the board there to give us pegs for our thought on this. Is this historical background? What has happened to the spiritual consciousness in the human species since our very early prehistory, up through the times of the religions of the book, Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and what leads us right up to this time where we are? What is so problematic about this time spiritually? Why are so many people having a difficult time finding their way on the journey? So I want to do that contexting, we call that. Context us historically and culturally to get a sense of where we stand right now. I go around speaking a lot, and I say to people, I really do believe that the Mayan prophecies were right. You know, the Mayan prophecies say that the years between 1987 and 2012 will be the 25 most significant years in the destiny of human history. And you know, my friend Gene Houston goes around and says, you know, other people thought their time was really the time, the critical time. Gene says, no, they were wrong. Our time is the decisive time. And Gene Houston likes to talk about a lot of the factors, a lot of the trends, a lot of the things that are happening on the planet that makes her think that. And I will address some of those in this time we have together in my subsequent talks. But I just want to say tonight, I believe this is a decisive time you're living in. You can look at it either way. You're either cursed or blessed to be living in this very special time when we will make decisions that will have enormous implications for the human future, for your grandchildren and their children, and as our Native American friends say, for the seventh generation out in front of us. Our generations here that gathered together in this room tonight, we live in what the Father and I were talking about earlier as a kairos time, a time of pregnant possibility that must be seized if the kind of transformation that is possible on earth can happen. So tonight I'll give some of the background leading up to where we are today as a group of people coming together on the journey, the search, the quest for authentic human spirituality in this time, transformative spirituality. In my next talk, I will talk about why Jung. Why are so many people turning to Jungian thought to help them reinvent a spirituality for our time? In a recent long essay in U.S. News and World Report, it was noted that huge numbers of people from various walks of life are turning to Jungian perspectives to try to reroot themselves spiritually. So I want to address what is there in my next talk. What is there about Jungian psychology that answers some of the problems that I'm going to talk about tonight? And in my third talk, I will focus more, get the rubber to the road, so to speak, in terms of practical aspects, what I like to call street spirituality, street magic. That is to say, survival spirituality for the turn of the millennium. And what are the kind of things that we need to do for a dynamic spirituality that's adequate to our time, that can really help us not just survive, certainly survive, but try to prosper, be creative in this very pregnant time. So that's what I'm going to be speaking about. The things that have brought us where we are today, the importance of the work you're doing to try to learn about Jung and relate it to your spiritual life, and why that is a spiritual thing and not a reductionistic secular thing. And then turn to some of the really important practical things to do, because what I'm concerned about to be with you here, in a lot of the settings where I speak, I cannot talk about the things I'm going to talk with you about, because they simply have complete, what the Bible calls hardness of heart. They're not interested in talking about spirituality in a lot of these scientific conferences. But here with you, in this sacred space that we will be in together, I can speak to you about the fullest aspect of the truth that I can see, and share with you what I have learned from my journey. So let's start out. What I want to do is to just talk about 3 different epochs in our history as a species, in our journey as a species. I'm going to talk about the kind of spirituality that was reflected in these epochs. Now, each of these epochs, you may find some vestiges of in you. In other words, we don't ever really leave something completely behind in our human journey. One of the things we've learned is that we move on, but we carry a lot of things with us. The first thing I want
Well, this evening, Robert Moore will be continuing now with his lecture series, and he has already devised some interesting looking words and diagrams there, and I'm sure he's anxious now to tell us what that's all about. Robert?
Okay, last night we began what will be a series of 3 reflections. And I really should remind you that this series is really the beginning of 2 journey presentations of mine. One, the next will be in Little Rock, Arkansas in June, in which I will continue to reflect on biblical themes from the point of view of Christian faith and Jung's psychology. Here I'm trying to bring us into some understanding of why you even need a Jungian perspective in our day. And so last night we were talking about some of the historical developments from the time that Eliade talked about of Homo religiosus, where our forebears, largely in tribal settings, lived in the eternal return with no real sense of a directionality to history. And then we talked about the rise of the sense of history as leading somewhere. And I didn't have a chance to say last night, someone came up, there are a lot of very, very erudite people here. They came up and said to me, well, what you're really talking about really started with Persian religion, right? With Zoroastrianism. And that's absolutely right. It's no accident that the Magi form a role in our gospel stories. Because this sense, there's a book which I want you to look at sometime when you have time to study this, and it's called From Chaos to Cosmos. And it's by Norman Cohn, and it's by a man that doesn't believe in this mythology, but he does a wonderful job describing it. The sense of the developing sense in Zoroastrianism, then in Judaism, then in Christianity and Islam, of the meaningfulness of history. So we talked about that. And then we talked about the onset of the kind of modern era that we have been in really since the 18th century Enlightenment. So I want to pick up where we left off last night. I had just gotten to talking about the way in which the culture of the Enlightenment decided that all of our religious things were superstition. And any idea that God was close and really involved in your personal life, or that you could have an experience of God, was really superstition. In fact, many of the people in the 18th century, some of those that were involved in the founding of our republic, were deists. You know, deists have that watchmaker view of God. God winds up the universe and then sets it over here, but then doesn't have anything more to do with it. So that whole idea of the Enlightenment God that is getting more and more distant. Now there's a book, I think I may have mentioned it to you last night, but I may not have, by James Livingston. For those of you that have not studied this history and how it impacted Christian theology, there's a book called Christian Theology from the Enlightenment to Vatican II. Modern Christian Thought from the Enlightenment to Vatican II by James Livingston. That is an important text for those that want to study this period and what it did. But what I said last night, it begins to create an experience of flatland, that life and our emotional life and our spiritual life really kind of get collapsed down. No longer do people pay that much attention to dreams. You know, in the Bible, dream interpretation is very important. In fact, I wanted to say to you tonight that I'm
that I stand here before you in a tradition of persons, some of which have been a part of Journey. I want to lift up the name of Morton Kelsey and John Sanford, because there's this great tradition that they represent of Christians using Jungian insights to reflect. And both Morton Kelsey and John Sanford have written, and most of you have probably read these books on dreams in the life of faith, where they lift up this history. But so in the biblical world, dreams, God speaks to us through our dreams. It's very that close to us, speaking to us right through our most close processes. But in the Enlightenment world of the flatland, that would be superstitious. And so increasingly, this Enlightenment mind begins to have tremendous influence on the way people think about religion. And what I wanted to show you here is this increasing rationalism. That is, everything must be left brain if it's true. You know, this idea of the left brain and the right brain. The right brain is this imagistic kind of intuitive capacity which doesn't operate according to logic and reason so much. The left brain is the part that thinks that you can get all of reality into syllogisms and logic or equations in calculus, you know. So they began to emphasize simply the rational aspects of life. And human beings began to be seen as a machine. And this is the rise, of course, those of you who've studied this is the rise of the idea that human beings are a ghost in a machine. And then it's not long before the ghost disappears and we're just machines. And of course, this is the foundation for what came to become known later in our time as behaviorism in psychology. The whole idea that there is no unconscious, there is no soul, there is no real inner world. You're just machines. And you think you're conscious, and you think that there's really a person looking at me, but really that's an epiphenomenon. It really doesn't exist. So that, and you may not realize that kind of point of view about human beings is dominant in the world of human sciences still to this day. In fact, contemporary psychiatry is rapidly going further and further in the direction of viewing us merely as neurobiological machines. That when we get depressed, it's just merely a dysfunction in our brain chemistry. See? So this is all coming out of this rationalistic period. But what I want you to note is there are two strands that this rationalism take, neither one of which are really expressive of a biblical point of view of faith, and neither one of which really reflect the kind of view of the psyche that Jung represents. It's very interesting. We get two branches of rationalism in things philosophical and spiritual. They claim to be enemies, but they're really, if you get underneath the surface, they're more alike than they are different. And one, of course, we would know this, it started out being what was called liberal theology. This was sort of the beginning of turning Christian ministry into social work. The idea that really what was important about Jesus was not anything about any cosmic role as a cosmic liberator or redeemer, that really Jesus was a well-meaning moral teacher. In fact, some of the theologians sort of portrayed Jesus as sort of like a nice Victorian gentleman with nice Victorian manners, who really had some moral teachings that he had to impart to the human species. And so there was there was an increasing de-emphasis on anything about Christianity or about Christian theology or about biblical tradition that had anything that sounded mythic in it. In other words, all that stuff about Jesus exorcising demons, you don't read that part. Take that part and forget that part. And they say, oh, that's not really historical. The historical Jesus is a moral teacher. They began to emphasize that sort of thing. And of course, gradually, more and more of the sense of the gutsy spiritual reality of the Christian tradition began to be de-emphasized because it offended. This was in Europe at this time. They were teaching theology in the great universities. And so these university professors had been steeped in Enlightenment rationalism. So they didn't want to teach any theology that had any superstition in it. So gradually, more and more, there was an eclipse of the personal experience of God. And the emphasis on the importance of a personal experience of God began to be more and more de-emphasized as superstition. And so more and more emphasis came to be put on sort of merely the moral and ethical implications of Jesus. And this led, and you have to understand, I'm not criticizing the what has been known as the social gospel movement. Because if the gospel is true, it has radical social implications. However, there were a lot of people that were doing, Walter Rauschenbusch and others, that tremendously de-emphasized the transcendent aspects of the faith, emphasizing Jesus as social worker kind of model. And I don't have anything against social workers. We need more of them. But anyway, this led to increasingly a secularized view of Christianity among some circles. And it got to the point where in the theological seminaries, it would be very easy to get through seminary and get your degree and not have any emphasis put on spirituality at all. The emphasis would be put on scholarship and all of the critical tools in scholarship. And so when you approach the Bible, you approach the Bible with historical critical tools, which enables you to do all sorts of textual analysis and all sorts of historical analysis, all of which is very sound historical method, but not putting any emphasis whatsoever on the, as Karl Barth said, the Bible as the cradle in which the Christ child is laid. And so there was increasing, by the time, I can remember this, by the time, in my previous incarnate, the time I started studying theology in a graduate context, there was a tremendous secular emphasis. And we were being told by Harvey Cox that really religion was out. Spirituality really wasn't important. The secular city was where it was at. That's where it is. And anything having to do with any kind of piety or spirituality was completely passé, superstitious, and all that sort of thing. And again, I'm very committed to urban ministry. I work with it a lot. But anybody that was into that vision of theology and ministry burned out very quick. They found that the destructive things in the cities were much more massive than anybody dreamed, and that the great war on poverty wasn't going to fix everything. And so quickly that vision ran out of gas. And there are still a lot of representatives of that, but it has not had, shall we say, a tremendous amount of transformative power for a long time. And so this kind of secularization begins to lose energy and lose energy and lose energy and lose energy. And pretty soon we see that where this culture is going. There was a recent book that came out that said there are really two options for the world now, jihad and Macworld. And so on this column, we're talking about the Macworld side. That is to say, a world which is collapsed. There's no transcendence anymore. There's no sense of God. There's no real sense of evil. What is important? Profits, penetrating new markets, really getting into international trade and really establishing your market share, and doing the best job merchandising and competing in the world of international trade and making the best Big Mac, and whatever you're doing, you want to kind of come up with the best marketing, whether it's a basketball player like Michael Jordan, my hero, or whatever it is you're marketing. So you get into the world of being perpetually in marketing and market share and the incredible burgeoning of the consumer mind and the corporate mind. So that the transcendent in any sense of what any God might want or what any liberator or prophetic witness might be drops away. And even in the churches that come out of this tradition, I find they love to congratulate themselves about how much emphasis they put on social ethics. But it's amazing to me how little prophetic criticism of a lot of our current greed and consumerism and materialism is coming out of this tradition. It's practically silent. It's embarrassing. It should be embarrassing. A lot of those folks have gotten where they can't be embarrassed anymore. Totally shameless. So anyway, Macworld. If you want to get a feeling for the future of Macworld, I have this favorite cyberpunk science fiction author I want to recommend to you. William Gibson. So if you ever saw the movie Blade Runner, if you haven't seen it, you don't know what you missed. You got to see it. It is a very scary view of the future. Future dominated by Macworld, where nobody is minding the ethical store. And so you got that picture. But if you read William Gibson's books, Mona Lisa Overdrive, Neuromancer, a number of things, what it does is very simply take current trends, such as the dominance of Microsoft in the world technology, information technology market. It just takes what's happening with Microsoft and international corporations, and it just extrapolates it a little bit. And then you get a picture of the future of what's coming if this is what's going to happen, Now, the other side of this split, as I said, actually sort of twins here, but under the surface. That author said that what's coming is either jihad or Macworld, as if they're real choices. But on this one, you get the rise of rationalistic dogmatism in religion. That is where spirituality is not based on a first-hand knowledge of Christ, a personal knowledge, an experiential knowledge of Christ, or of God, the God experience. They once asked Jung, well, do you believe in God? And his answer was, no, I know. And this has been used by folks in the tradition of Kelsey and Sanford, that I consider myself to stand in, to say that what this tradition emphasizes is that you must have a personal, close encounter with the sacred. Putting it in rational formulas that you seek to organize into the best possible theology of whatever sort is no substitute for the kind of faith that is presented in the biblical witness. There are a lot of people, and this happens in Islam as well as Christianity. And it happens in Judaism as well as Islam and Christianity. We call the peoples of the book. The peoples of the book, very quickly, once you start writing stuff down, after Gutenberg, I recently saw the first Gutenberg Bible. But Christian faith existed for ages without most Christians ever having access to a Bible at all. It was not accessible to most Christians. And it was not until the onset of the printing press. Somebody know that exact date? I can't remember the exact. 1440. It wasn't until that capacity for mass printing that people could get used to having access to reading the text. In fact, in Europe, as you know, many of you know, especially those that are talking about the Chartres Cathedral, you know that cathedrals were ways to teach Scripture, because the stained glass windows and so much of the symbolism in the cathedral were Bible stories, so ordinary people could have access to the Bible stories. But anyway, once writing comes in and more people start being able to put things down in print, the oral tradition begins to go away. And the role of storytellers and the role of carrying these stories in the community of faith begins to decline, and increasing ideas about being able to nail this stuff down in strict, rational, dogmatic form gets stronger and stronger. And throughout the centuries, the pressure to utilize some form of secular philosophy, whether it's a Greek secular philosophy or a European secular philosophy or whatever, to use some form of secular philosophy to develop a rational explication of religious dogma, which then is imposed by power on people's lives, often at the point of a sword or threat of death, inquisition or death. This has been a part of our history for a long time. The rise of dogmatism, what I said last night, the onset of a malignant tribal franchising of the holy, attempt to franchise the holy. And in the history of religions, you often notice that as soon as you have a manifestation of the sacred, and there's a great, charismatic, powerful manifestation of the Spirit with a capital S, there is an incredible flash of light, spiritual light at that point. But it's not long till very small people start setting up to franchise it and control it and put it in formulas that can be used, that military power can be used to enforce. And this happens in every fundamentalist religion, whether it's Hindu fundamentalism, Islamic fundamentalism, Jewish fundamentalism, Christian fundamentalism. It is the same kind of the reign of rationalism which gets in to be a substitute of dogma, correct thinking. I'm going to check you out and see if you're thinking just completely accurately about this dogma. I just recently saw the play St. Joan. There's the Passion of St. Joan. And you know what it was based on? It was based on the actual trial transcript that was made at Joan of Arc's trial. And it is enough. You must see it if you get a chance. It will chill you to the bone. It will chill you to the bone as you listen to these theologians. using every attempt whatsoever to trick this young girl into saying she's a witch because she talks to God directly. It is the most demonic, chilling thing you can imagine, and it's right there in the transcripts of the trial. And the forces, it follows the process by which they trick her, and then because she will not admit to all of their accusations that she really doesn't have a relationship with God, they try to get her to admit that she doesn't really have a relationship with God, that her experiences in prayer with God are really demonic. And then they kill her. So that is in this tradition where you use rationalistic formulas, and then you get a lot of very powerful people with the state behind them to enforce this. Now, this franchising of the holy is offered to people, as we say in the biblical image, you give people not bread but a stone. You give them some third hand or fourth hand or 50th hand experience with Jesus or with God or the Holy Spirit, rather than teaching them the ways to find that experience for themselves. So you see, the rationalism that leads to Macworld is the same rationalism that leads to the Ayatollah Khomeini, the same rationalism that leads to the Hindu fundamentalists that, unlike Gandhi, think that the right way to be a Hindu is to burn down mosques in India, or to have artillery attacks on the Sikh Golden Temple, the thing that got Indira Gandhi killed. So this is not just something that we may experience among some well-meaning, frightened persons today in, say, the southern part of the United States. This happens all over the world, and it is an expression of reason gone mad. Reason recruited by the demonic. You know, it's always been told, the devil can quote Scripture. That is to say, there's one thing that we know about evil. Evil will recruit anything and use it for its purposes. Now, so the main thing I wanted to lift up here in this first part is this experience of flatland leads to the eclipse of the capacity to experience God directly, to experience the sacred directly. And it manifests itself in two ways. A way that leads to the secular consumer society, and it also leads to a very secularized, rationalistic form of religion that thinks it's the true way and is willing to kill you to establish that. The second thing that flatland does is that it brings about an eclipse of our capacity to discern and confront evil, the power of evil. This is one of the main things that Jung was concerned about, and I'll say more about that in a minute. But for example, we're still on the Macworld side here. We've still got our two sides. The secularizing world of the international marketing. In this professionalized technical world, where what Paul Tillich called the technical reason reigns, that is, anything important you can get on a microchip. That kind of attitude. If it's not on the internet, it's not important. And I don't really, I'm very interested in some of the positive potential benefits of the internet, but there are a lot of people for whom that's become an addiction very quickly. But anyway, in that same professional world, evil stops being evil. You don't even talk about evil. In fact, you teach people that any discussion of evil is simply outmoded superstition. And what you do then is you talk about pathology. It becomes psychopathology. And instead of all of the world traditions about evil, beginning with our own Judeo-Christian tradition, and including all of the insights about evil that Maria Louise von Franz has written about in her studies of the fairy tale, evil in fairy tales, and evil in other mythical traditions. What do we get? We get the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 4. You know about that? American Psychiatric Association, Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 4. And so no longer do we think about evil having anything to do with you. There's nothing about anything that we would consider demonic. Anybody that's studying pastoral counseling, you don't study anything about discernment and the demonic. You study the DSM-4 if you're in seminary. I'm not kidding you. And so what do we learn? Well, there are all these disorders. See? And so and then we figure out that there are all the reasons for these disorders are in flatland. And they've got to do with the malfunctioning of your machine, either your interpersonal machine or your biological machine or a combination of the two. And, if you want to get a feeling for this, read Scott Peck's book, People of the Lie. Now, Scott oversimplifies things in that book. You know, he thinks that the mild personality disorders are not evil, but malignant narcissism is evil. Well, that shows he never studied enough sophisticated philosophy and theology, because if he had, you would know that they're all evil in some way. It's just matters of degree and subtlety. I can speak from my own experience. I've been a compulsive personality disorder forever, workaholic. And I've had loads of therapy, but we compulsives, we're hard to help. But I can tell you that compulsive dimensions in your personality are evil. They harm you terribly. They flatten out your life, and they take the joy out of your life. So, Scott Peck, that book went a little fast there. He left out a lot of things he should have put in. But you know what he's right about? He's right when he describes evil. If you want a good, solid discussion of the dynamics of evil, and you haven't got any background on that, read what he says about that. I've been studying that for 20 years now, and he's right about what he says about that. So, what he's doing, he's a psychiatrist, he's criticizing this tradition where you try to clean up, paint up, and fix up, and you pretend, well, Robert, there's nothing demonic in your life. You just have a compulsive personality disorder. Well, anybody that's ever struggled with a compulsive personality disorder knows it's not that pretty. It's not that simple. It's hard. And in this room, we probably got a wide selection of the personality disorders, right? And I tell you, to the extent that you have really examined your own dynamics, and you know what a trap, what a prison a personality pattern is, you know it has demonic elements. And you know that anybody that says it doesn't is very shallow in their thinking. So this thing secularizes everything, though it tries to, it's what I call the cosmetological view of human evil. Clean up, paint up, and fix up. Paint it up, make it look good, sort of like the American way of death. You try to pretend it's not there by making it look good, by talking about it in scientific language. So you can have a fantasy you're in control of it. This is where it's helpful to be a clinician, somebody like, that works with actual hurting people. Because when you work with people who are fighting a mental illness or an addiction, it's not like they teach you in graduate school. This is war. I mean, you're having to make war against the forces of death in somebody's life. And you don't feel real adequate a lot of the time when you're trying to help them. So anyway, so that's one side of it. That's that secularizing Mac world, that's going to lead to Blade Runner and Cyberpunk. This side is the more spiritual, the folks that really think they're really spiritual. And we've got that same group of the fundamentalist rationalists that got 5 spiritual laws, and that's it, and this is rational. And there are all these high-ranking theologians in a lot of these conservative seminaries that can show you rationally, they can take you through this and why they have got it all down totally correctly, and they, in the Reformed tradition, are totally right. The Baptists and the Methodists and the Presbyterians, all those other people are wrong. And then the other people have the same thing. They've got their rationalistic system, so on. And it's not just in Christianity, it's in all these other traditions too. And the way this works is, with regard to evil, you keep, on this side of this, there are 2 forms of this on this side. They are evil. That's my approach to evil. They are evil. See? And the they just varies. You can just kind of, that's just sort of that's just a little place that you can just put a lot of different things in. Whoever they're talking about at the present time. It can be the Episcopalians or the Presbyterians or the Methodists or the Southern, it doesn't matter. Whoever they've decided to be the receptacle for their projection of evil. But one thing you can always tell, if you ask them, well, how is evil affecting you right now? You get a blank stare. And I say, well, tell me about your shadow. I'll tell you about mine. You tell me about yours. I'll tell you about the dragon bites on me, where the great dragon has bitten me in my life. Because I got them all up and down my anatomy. But if we're going to have an honest, authentic conversation, I want to hear about where the dragon has gotten to you. Because in the biblical faith, the dragon has gotten to everybody somewhere. The dragon has gotten to you. And if you are one of those people, you remember Jesus talking about this? We heard the scripture about that, about the log in the eye and Jesus was really, a lot of people like to use these things of Jesus to support their anti-Semitism. But this is not what Jesus said. He talked about these people that are white in sepulchres. On the outside, they try to come on so holy, but inside they are as ravening wolves. Well, that's not about picking, singling the Jewish people out. What the Master is talking about there is people who use religion and religious dogma and turn it to demonic ends. And the Jews don't have any corner on that market. We are in competition with them there, we Christians. But anyway, they are evil. I have no shadow. There's no envy and hate in me. I'm not trying to cause violence. See? My religious teaching, I'm not trying to cause somebody to bomb a lesbian bar in Atlanta. See, there are a lot of folks that
take their religious dogma and they like to bring a lot of hate and violence in underneath it. And there are a lot of people in this country who are doing that right now. But there's another form. We often hear about the New Age. Now, let me say this about this concept of the New Age. You need to understand that the fundamental teaching that there's going to be a New Age came out of Christianity. That is, the whole vision that there will come a time, as I said to you last night, when there will be an age when the true God will reign. And that, if you read that Cohen book, From Chaos to Cosmos, it'll give you the whole sweep of that, you know. So, the words New Age, I mean, we don't need to give that particular, some sort of non-Christian reading. I mean, the whole teaching about the coming of the cosmic Redeemer, the King of Kings, is a harbinger, a herald of something that is coming. So let's be clear about that. But what I'm interested in, and you know, I've studied, I know a person, one of my colleagues in the Institute for World Spirituality is a scholar who probably studied the New Age more than anyone else. In fact, published the New Age Encyclopedia just to get, you know, there's so much stuff that goes on under that name that it's an incredible plethora of things. But one of the interesting things about it is the way they deal with this issue of evil. They don't deal with it. It's like everything is light. And if you just meditate enough, you know, everything will be fine. And you know, anything bad that's happened to you, you know what? Anything bad that's happened to you, you brought it on yourself. How did you do that? Negative thinking. That's one of the essential flavors in what is known as New Age thinking. That is, there is an incredible emphasis on light, sort of rising up into the light, you know. I'm going to just kind of rise up in this, and there's no darkness in me, you know. After I meditate enough, I don't even need deodorant. Yeah. I'm not kidding you. I mean, you study enough of these things, and, you know, people are so eager to get away from any awareness of evil that it's amazing what simplistic stuff they'll buy and spend enormous amounts of money to go to workshops in. I mean, I have done a lot of study of that stuff. I have spent thousands of hours observing and studying this kind of spirituality. One of the things that is most important is this, they don't say you're all evil. They say, meditate. You know? Don't think negative thoughts. Get up. There's not really any evil. Some Jungians kind of get it. There's not really any evil. Don't worry about anything. You know, when you really get individuated, there's no good and evil. Now, that's not Jung talking, but a lot of folks think that's Jungian. But that's not really even Jungian at all. So anyway, there's another approach to this. The denial of evil. Either you deny it's real, or you say it's her. Not me. It's her. Yeah. Not you. I forgot. So anyway, so it's an eclipse of the capacity to discern and confront evil that comes with this flatland that comes out of that Enlightenment period. And third and finally, there's an eclipse in this flatland world, you know, where there's no transcendence
There's no experience of God. God's a doctrine after all. They say, God, if it's theology, let's study theology. It's not spirituality or prayer. Right thinking about the dogma. And so, not only do you lose this sense, there is an eclipse of the sense of destiny. In other words, if you live in flatland, the whole idea of having a call, like in Joseph Campbell in that Hero with 1,000 Faces talks about that call that comes in the spiritual life. It's a fundamental part of the spiritual life anywhere on earth where there's really a sense of the sacred, because anytime you really experience the sacred, you have a sense of being called out of flatland. See? But in this flatland, if you told me, see, I'm a flatlander, say, and you tell me, well, I have this sense of destiny, and you know what, I'll look over here and I'll say, she's got an inflation. She's inflated. She really thinks that she's important. I mean, in flatland, if you tell someone that there is some sense in which you have some historical role to play that is a part of your destiny, you know what we call that in psychiatry? We diagnose that. So if there's anybody in this room that thinks you have a destiny, a mission grounded in some divine purpose, you're diagnosable. You know what you got? You have ideas of reference. This is the technical frame. This is the technical phrase. You have ideas of reference. This person is really paranoid. Close to being schizophrenic, because they really believe the universe, powers in the universe care who they are, what they're doing. And if you believe that, in other words, what this really means is, if you believe that God has a providence, if there's an eternal providence, you are crazy. That's what that means. And under contemporary psychiatry, that's what that means. Now you see, how do we get around that? Well, what we say is, if it's just an idea for you, if it's just you believe in this theology, say, do you believe in providence? Oh yeah, it's in the Book of Common Prayer. Or it's in the Catechism of so-and-so. Yeah, well, I believe that. Well, as long as you don't experience that, you're fine. Just remember that. Why do you think that in churches today you don't hear anybody witnessing about their mission and their call? Pay attention, friends. Because it's not lost on you that if you start talking about God being interested in what you do this week, there are folks that are going to be wondering how they can get you to the funny farm soon. I'm not kidding you. You need to understand this. The reason that people do not want to talk about that, now there may be a lot of people in any given gathering that you're in that feel that. They're not going to admit it to anybody, because they know how it's viewed. So, in this flatland, there's a depreciation. They try to get you to not have any sense of mission or destiny. And it leads to a lack of hope that anything really transformative will happen in the world. I travel around a lot, and I talk to a lot of people, and it is amazing how few people believe that we have a chance on this planet. The way they handle it, they just don't talk about it. But if you get them to talking about it, do you think we have really got a chance to turn things around? The huge percentage, if they're honest with you, they'll tell you, no, they don't. No, they don't. So there's an increasing numbness in flat land, an increasing depression in flat land. Of course, it's just DSM-4. It doesn't really have anything to do with anything spiritual. It's just you're dysthymic or you're manic depressive. Doesn't have anything to do with anything spiritual. Follow that? Okay, now let's go. We're about halfway through here now. Okay. I'll try to rush this up. Now, we turn here now, the contrast between this flat land that's developed both among religionists that think they're right, and they'll force you to agree with them, and the Macworld people that just want you to be a good consumer. But biblical faith requires these things. It requires a lot of things. And I'll get into that a lot more in Little Rock. But these are fundamental things, and they're very, very key. And they're very amazing in terms of how absent they are from contemporary life. One, and that is the biblical faith requires the capacity to experience God directly. If you really get into the Scriptures and live in the Scriptures, and you study the lives of the patriarchs in the Hebrew Scriptures, study the life of King David, you study the New Testament figures, there is a tremendous sense of the reality and presence of God. There's a tremendous sense, and this has been interesting to see what's happened lately about angels. A lot of folks don't pay enough attention to the Bible to realize, as Morton Kelsey pointed out in his book Encounter with God, that if you really look at the way spirituality is in the Bible, angels are all over the place, not just dream interpretation. Angelic presences are extremely key and very important. And that means a felt presence of what some of us call the daimonic as opposed to the demonic. The daimonic meaning a transpersonal presence which you feel with you. And you, as William James, the great psychologist, says, the reality of the unseen. When you have an experience of an angelic presence, as William James pointed out, you cannot disbelieve it. It overwhelms your capacity to disbelieve it. If you experience an angelic presence, you know you've experienced it. You don't say, well, that was probably indigestion. It's not like that. So there is a capacity to experience God directly, and there is a capacity to discern the daimonic true spirit in either what we call the experience of the Holy Spirit or an angelic presence. It's all through the Scriptures, and Morton Kelsey tries to hit us over the head with that to wake us up to this same thing I'm talking about. And it also includes the capacity to discern the demonic. That is, the reality and the agency of evil in our lives and in the world. The Hebrew Scriptures are full of an awareness of iniquity and evil. And it does not hesitate to lift this up as a reality in life. And in the New Testament, the incredible encounters of Jesus with the demons, and the way in which it shows even there, until someone has experienced a real Christian initiation, that even a well-meaning person is really blind to those demonic presences. But the demonic presences know before the disciples who Jesus really is. I mean, that is an incredibly important thing to study. I'll be talking about that more in Little Rock. But the third thing that biblical faith requires, in addition to the capacity to experience God directly, the capacity to discern both angelic presences and demonic presences, is a sense of destiny, of call, of mission, a sense of the urgency of the coming kingdom, the coming reign of God, a sense of kairos time, of the divine breaking into history and doing something totally new. In biblical faith, there is no business as usual. You do not have business as usual in biblical faith. Oh, you got it in establishment religion in every form. Business as usual. There are all these children being sold into sexual slavery in the world today, more than ever before. Well, let's just meditate. Let's just meditate. Don't tell me about that. You'll give me a downer. You know, you get me into a funk if you tell me about that. You know, and so on and so on. But in biblical faith, there is a sense no more business as usual. There's a sense of urgency about this transformation that is promised by the true Spirit. It gives you not just hope, it gives you courage. And you get a true sense of the prophetic voice, your prophetic voice. You take stands against evil. You take stands in biblical faith. You take stands against evil even though they're going to kill you if you do. Throughout the Bible. You do not idealize power for power's sake. You speak the truth to power. And in biblical faith, it's not enough just to know about evil. It's not even enough just to name it. There is the word disciple. What a much maligned word. Disciple. Think of Bonhoeffer's Cost of Discipleship book. I mean, disciple means you put yourself on the line. You are going to become a citizen of this reign of God before it is here in its fullness. You invest in the reign of God now. They call that, the theologians call that, theologians always, realized eschatology. Realized eschatology. Well, that doesn't inspire me too much, but if you tell me you can live right now, you can live, as Paul Tillich said, you can live right now this day in the new being. You can have both of your feet in the power of the new being today. And the chains of the bondage that comes at you, whether you're an obsessive compulsive personality type like me or whether you're a borderline or whatever, that there is a potential for you to step into a new place, a new being, which is centered in the true Spirit. That's what biblical faith requires. Now let me finish my comments for tonight by pointing out to you why Jung is important. People don't realize how radical Jung is in this flatland context. Jung comes in and everything he does is an attempt to smash the veneer of flatland, this flat little surface of flatland. He attempts to smash the shallowness of modern life. Everything he does tries to open up all of the old spiritual worlds to exploration again. Now, he's clever. He knew that in the Europe of 1910 and 1915, so on, that if he came out and told everybody what he thought spiritually, he would have been ridiculed and fired. So, under the guise of psychology, under an understanding of the collective unconscious and the archetypal realm, he opens inquiry into all of these things that are biblical realities. He once again studies the whole idea that it might be healthy for you to think you have a destiny. What does he call it? What's the word that he uses for the sense of providence? Synchronicity. When you hear him talk about living a synchronistic life, he's talking about living a life where you think your life makes sense. You are bold enough to say your life is meaningful. You're here for a purpose. It's synchronistic. You live the synchronistic life. See? Put a psychological word on it and smuggle in. See, Jung is a kind of a spiritual Trojan horse. He takes all this spiritual reality, he gives them a few little labels that'll confuse the scoffers and open up the world of the spiritual world of the Bible to investigation again. And I don't mean the liberal Bible, and I do not mean the rationalistic Bible of the 5 spiritual laws types. I'm talking about the Bible of the living God and His thousands of servant angels. That is the spiritual reality that Jung opens up under the investigation of archetypal phenomena. And it's amazing that they didn't commit him to his own hospital. Okay, so secondly, what does Jung do? He exposes radical evil, inner evil and outer evil. He made war, intellectual warfare, against the Christian theologians who had managed to teach that evil is only privation, absence of good. You know, the theologians had gotten to where, evil doesn't have any real reality. It is just the absence of good. Well, if you've ever seen a child dying of cancer and screaming at the top of his or her lungs as they die of cancer, you don't just think that's the absence of good. And if you were with me in 1987 when I was walking down a street in Bombay and there were 10,000 little girls that had been sold into prostitution by their families, you would not stand there with me and said, this is just the absence of good. That was my first real piercing encounter with radical evil. And I've never been the same since. Because I saw the power of evil on this planet at that moment. It was recently written up, that street was recently written up in an article in Atlantic Monthly as one of the most horrible places of sexual slavery in the world today. But Jung took the lid off, and he said, not only is evil not passive and the absence of good, Jung says evil is radical and it's aggressive. And it is both in you and it's out there. And there's not too much emphasis put on this. In fact, some of his disciples have hidden some of his teachings about this. But he was prophetic about the rise of the Nazis. He saw that social evil developing, the demonic spirituality of the Nazis developing, and warned about it. So he brought us back to the kind of sense of the reality and power of evil that is all throughout the Bible. Third, Jung reaffirms, as I said to you, your sense of mission and destiny through his concept of synchronicity. So The flat land is smashed. The spiritual world is opened up. Evil is exposed. And you are called upon to face it both in yourself, not just in the other denomination. In yourself. And in the world. Now, one of the things I said to Jim Cullifer and some of our friends at dinner tonight is it's important to realize that here at Journey into Wholeness, this is not about simply having Christianity learn from Jung. I like to say about my Jungian spirituality series, it's also about having Jungian psychology learn from Christian spiritual traditions, and for that matter, from other spiritual traditions. So is there anything that Jungian psychology really doesn't bring to this sense of biblical faith? Well, there are a lot of things, I think. But I think the most important things have to do with this. Does Jung do enough with a sense of the prophetic? Is he really equal to the radical sense that at the foundation of the universe, in the Bible, the foundation of the universe, there is this liberator God who is watching and has his eye not just on the sparrow. That's too easy. Got his eye on the homeless. Got his eye on the poor. Got his eye on all of those who are oppressed by abuse of power. Wherever there is a Pharaoh to abuse power. The biblical vision of the sacred is that that's not just a divine being. This is a being who cares what happens in history and is serious about liberating those beloved creatures. All of them. All of them. Jung, being a European male in Victorian kind of culture, like most European males of that time, tended to be a little on the racist side, sexist, very sexist, had no sense whatsoever of his own tendency to use and abuse women, including those that loved him the most, those that were some of his finest, brilliant teachers like Tony Wolff. He didn't have what we would call a real biblical sense of the cutting edge of that sharp sword. So, Jung and Jungians, there are a lot of Jungians that are not terribly disturbed about the world situation now. You know, there are a lot of Jungians that really don't see any political significance of their work or any particular ethical significance of their work. There are a lot of Jungians who are sort of comfortable with all the injustice in the world. They're psychoanalysts, for gosh sakes, you know. I mean, if you've got $200 to pay for 45 minutes of my time, that's my business. There are a lot of Jungians that do not care that most of the people that need their help the most cannot afford to see them. So there is a thing in the biblical witness that does not like that. There's a thing in the biblical witness that says, if this truth in Jungian psychology is so important, it ought to be available to poor people. Who is about getting this to poor people? Who is about getting it to those working class wives who are battered? To help them. So this is one of the things that, you know, Jungians can learn from biblical faith. And another thing I like to point out based on my work is that Jung tends to emphasize sort of the lover dimensions of the psyche and the magician dimensions of the psyche. He does not lift up a great deal the positive warrior aspects of the psyche or the positive royal aspects of the psyche. The only thing you'll really hear about the king in his work is basically in his discussions of alchemy. There's not much of a sense about the king as the good shepherd, the one for whom there is no triage. That is, that biblical view of the true king. The true king, and you don't get much of this in any form of psychoanalysis. The true king is the one that does not leave anybody out. Nobody is written off. You know, I hear a lot of people, I analyze a lot of very well-to-do financial types on Chicago's version of Wall Street. And I hear a lot of talk about people that are unproductive and unworthy, and that we should not have to be concerned about them. You know, that's not an attitude in biblical faith. And so, there's this liberator God in Scripture, and I'm going to talk a lot more about that in Little Rock. And this divine reality in the Bible is not simply going to come to you and give you dreams to help you on your individuation. That reality is likely to give you some dreams that ask you why you are not doing something for these homeless. Why are you not doing something to confront the abuse of power? You men here, why are you not doing something more to confront the male abuse of power in our world, in the police, in the military, and so on? This view of the sacred in the biblical tradition has a wideness in its confrontation that sometimes is missing the way some folks practice Jungian psychology. So it's a two-way street. Christians can learn, drawing on Jungian psychology, to deepen and widen their capacities to reclaim a biblical spiritual sense of reality. But the biblical tradition can also confront our comfort with the injustice in our world and many other things. So that's my presentation for this evening. I've got 10 minutes. Let me open it up now, and you can ask me any questions, make a statement, a comment. Say your name so everybody know who you are, and make your comment. Yes.
David, two-part question. One, let's go back to this thing about evil.
Yes.
There's no denying that evil does exist. What do you say to the statement that evil will only manifest itself in our life to the extent that we give it power?
I think that's ridiculously naive. Oh, let me just comment. There are a lot of people that think that. But you know, the thing about that is, you know, folks have to get out of their living rooms a little bit and go around and visit in the world. And I tell you, there are a lot of people that don't have much power that are being destroyed by evil in all kinds of forms. And you don't have to go very far to find them. They're right here in River City if you've got eyes to see. And the New Age kind of thing will kind of want to think that they've sort of invited that in, or they've sort of made a place for it. But you know, there are a lot of people that really are victims. There's a victim complex. But you know, there are a lot of people that really are victimized through no fault of their own. And in biblical faith, they have a champion. And if you claim to be a disciple of that cosmic liberator that the Gospels call Jesus, then you are an advocate for them
wherever you are. So that is a very common point of view, but I just simply want to say, I think it's naive, because if you spend a lot of time, as I do, looking at what is happening to children in the world, for God's sake, read the UNICEF report, the recent UNICEF report. Do you realize what is happening? There's a holocaust of children in the world right now as I speak. There are children that are dying by the thousands because they simply have got bad drinking water. Nobody has seen to it that the water they're drinking does not have bacteria in it. Those children are not bringing that on themselves because they didn't meditate right. Now the other point, raise that other point.
Well, the other point was, where does this put the power of positive thought? And as a man thinketh, so in his heart is he.
Well, as a man thinketh, he's saying, what does that put the power of positive thought? It's quite clear. If I had time to work with you on discernment, as I did with a small group today, trying to become aware of the forces of death in your life, everyone here, as part of their discernment process, you need to scan for where the forces of chaos and death are trying to get into you. That's what discernment has always been. And it's very important to work on that. But if you work on that, you've got to be careful, because focusing on that will take you right over the edge if you're not careful. So the question of positive thinking, it needs to be grounded in something more than Norman Vincent Peale, though. It needs to be grounded in a sense that you have a hope, and you have an advocate, and you have friends in high places that give you the ground for your hope. But that is not the same thing as letting that sense of a powerful God lead you to turn your back on the very real evil in your community and on this planet. So there's no question that as I tell my students, I work with them a lot on this, I say, look, I'm going to teach you stuff that if you're not careful, it'll sink your ship. You don't want to fool around with spirituality unless you're going to really work hard on this, because if you start getting into studying discernment and you don't develop your prayer life at the same time, you're going to get depressed. And so it's very important, as you work on coming to more of an awareness of evil, to work on keeping your eyes on the light. Yeah.
I'm going to cheat.
Okay.
Okay. Differentiate between types of evil.
Oh, that's another conference. He says differentiate between types of evil. There are a number there. Yeah. Yes. There's a lot, I've taught on that for about 20 years. There's a lot of stuff that you can say about different types of evil. Read Scott Peck's book first, though. And just the people of the life, where he's discussing, look at where he's discussing the nature of evil. Just that part where he's discussing it, that's a helpful thing. And listen to my lectures that are available through the Jung Institute on the psychology of Satan. I've got some lectures on evil where I go into that in quite some depth. There are a lot of different types. But this is something, if you just study Christian teaching on this, study the 7 deadly sins. They're not outdated, friends. They're not outdated. I could take the DSM-4. And if we had time, I could take you through there and I could show you how the 7 deadly sins relate to those categories in the DSM-4. So that's a whole conference. We'll have to do that one sometime. Yeah, back here. Yeah, Doc.
That your schema sounds awfully close to Neo-Orthodox theology. Would you say something about that?
That sounds awfully close to Neo-Orthodox theology. If you accused me of being a Neo-Orthodox theologian, I probably would not wince. For those of you that don't know all that kind of talk, there was a tradition in the 40s, 50s, and 60s called Neo-Orthodoxy, which included Reinhold Niebuhr, Paul Tillich, and Karl Barth and their followers. And I think each of those persons deserve your study because they address a lot of the things I'm talking about. The thing is, though, I think it's very important. Say, for example, Karl Barth. You know, my title for my first lecture, The Strange World of the Bible, where I'm talking about that religious world, I borrowed that from Karl Barth. And the only thing about Karl Barth, he tended to go this rationalistic route. He really did not care much about whether or not you had experiential first-hand sense of the Spirit or of the presence of God. So he tended to get into this institutional dogmatizing kind of approach just as much as a lot of the more virulent forms of that. So in that sense, I would say, well, I love Karl Barth, but he needed to do more work on his spirituality. And if he had done a little less theology and a little more prayer, we would have gotten further. Interestingly, you know, when I was taught Paul Tillich, they taught Paul Tillich to me as if he was one of those liberal secularists. That is ridiculous. If you really study Tillich, Tillich understands that the Christian faith is all about the power of redemption. And either you stand in the power of being the new being or you don't. And it's not about ideas. And so there's a sense in which there's a lot of Neo-Tillichianism in me. There, see. So thanks for that. That's accurate. Yes.
Those who have yearned to take a prophetic stand in the biblical sense, what suggestions do you personally have on how to do that in today's world and in our society?
Ooh. I'm going to talk about that some tomorrow. She says, what about taking a prophetic stance in today's world? Well, let's put it this way. Let's look at the positive side here. Let's look at the upside. As I say to people, come to Chicago. Come live in my city. You know why? We got every problem known to the human species. You'll have all these opportunities to lead. Yeah, and so I'm not joking about that. It's like the good news is your prophetic witness has never been more needed throughout history. And you will not lack. I'll talk tomorrow about that. They're giving me my high sign and I got to shut up because the tape's running out. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. The thing that is so difficult now is this spiritual tone deafness of our culture and our world. It's like, you know, business as usual. It doesn't matter how many children die of bad water. Doesn't matter how many young girls are sold into slavery or sexually abused. Doesn't matter how many generations of young men are abandoned by their fathers and by the other men in their community, and therefore they end up in prison, and nobody cares anything about them, and the people are making a lot of money by building prisons, and so they don't even want to put any money into any kind of programs to help these young boys. Our stock portfolios are getting better. See, I mean, that is the tone. But, you know, my attitude toward that, you just confront it. And, of course, the thing I'll talk about tomorrow is you better not be by yourself. So anyway, thank you very much. This has been very involved, but I appreciate your... Thank you. Namaste.
Well, I'm glad they had us all up moving around after lunch. This is a good time for a nap, right? I want to conclude my series of lectures by, as and had said, talking about our challenge, the way that I framed it is the challenge of developing a spirituality adequate for our time, which is informed by the insights from Jung that we talked about previously, and grounded in the biblical tradition. And I wanted to start out this afternoon, Annette's talking about Phil Cousineau's coming back, and I wanted to start out by just beginning with some reflections with you about the importance of what we might call remythologizing. When I was a young person studying theological topics for the first time, demythologizing was the big thing. And we were being told that it's very important to demythologize the Bible, take all of the mythology out of it. Get rid of all the myth, the mythic imagination, all those structures, and turn it into existentialist philosophy. That's what we were being taught. Happily, since those days, Joseph Campbell came along. You know, Phil Cousineau is the person that has done so much to bring awareness of Campbell and his life and work to us, and of the importance of Campbell's life and work. Now, it's very important that you get a sense for the power of myth if we're going to really revitalize what I would like to call today the biblical imagination. And this is kind of funny, you might say, because Joseph Campbell really didn't like the Bible too much. You know, he liked Asian religions. If he were here, he would really dig that singing Shiva chants, you know. Anything but anything by those religions of the book. Campbell had a bad experience with the Catholic Church, as a few people do occasionally. And so he was forever kind of hard on the religions of the book. He kind of thought that they didn't have much spiritual depth. But he was really, really interested in Buddhism and Hinduism and so on. And that's how he got into the revitalization, the renewal of interest in the mythic imagination. And, you know, whatever route Campbell had to take to get into it, we have to be indebted to him. Because before Campbell came back with his understanding of the power of myth in the human psyche, that's where we were living in flatland. The Enlightenment had just about taken all mythic imagination and had declared it superstition, and had led the religious leaders of the world to try to take all of that mythic symbolism out of religion and religious life. So Campbell was a very important figure, and his series on the power of myth, which you've probably all seen many times, was one of the very key factors in opening up an awareness of the deeper dimensions of spirituality and faith to our wider public. Very few people in the churches at that time were thinking about, well, what really is the symbolic significance of baptism, or the symbolic significance of all these images of pilgrimage and the journey and so on. And so with Campbell's work, there was a kind of a seeding of interest in the recovery of the kind of depth that had been lacking in flatland, the flatland that we've been talking about. So that was tremendously important. Although Joseph Campbell himself was really more interested in sort of the cultural dimensions of myth and the psychological dimensions of myth. You know, in his work, he lifted up Jung a lot. He was one of the first persons, you know, to really lift up a widely readable edition of a book he called The Portable Jung. And so he was one of the persons that really started this renewal, this renaissance of interest in Jung's psychology that has grown so much in recent years. But he was more interested in the psychology of it, the sort of the relevance of it for the humanities and so on. He really did not have the kind of deep interest in the reality of the sacred that you and I think, are deeply interested in. it was really the transformative power of myth to lead you into the search for your own bliss and that sort of thing. But it opened the way for more consciousness of the importance of myth, and the work of Eliade then became more accessible to people, because once you begin to realize that myth is so important and that there's a deeper level to religious behavior and religious thought and religious practices, then you can be led by Campbell to something much deeper, of which I believe we'd have to say the work of Eliade is. And Eliade got us into thinking about these primal myths in human life, the myths of creation, the idea of the hierophany, the manifestation of the sacred through anything in the world, and the way in which myth is all about the manifestation of the power to live and the capacity to find the true center and the capacity to, in the midst of depression and chaos and terror, the terror of history, how to find one's way back to the true center where life-giving forces come into the world. And so Eliade enabled folks to begin to realize that really mythology isn't about denying the truth of spirituality or the sacred. Actually, the real impact of Eliade's work is to go against those people that want to franchise and control the sacred. Because, you know, every time the sacred comes into the world and manifests, every time there's an epiphany, every time the Spirit comes, the Spirit with a capital S comes and manifests in human life, there's a fire that burns. We'll come back to that fire in a minute, the divine fire. But it's not long before folks are wanting to franchise it and control it, and it becomes second-hand, third-hand, fourth-hand, fire so distant you can't feel any warmth anymore. And Eliade comes along and in his work points out to us that the sacred is free, radically free. It is always, has been always, will be radically free, free to manifest where it will. And if it wants to manifest in a rock, you get his book, Patterns in Comparative Religion. It's an old classic. Stone symbolism. Somebody a while ago was asking me about why Jung was so interested in stones. Well, stones are primordial bearers of the sacred. Why do we say, you are the rock? But Eliade wrote about how a stone can be the occasion for the sacred. And if you go to Jerusalem, you know, there's the temple of the rock. And so on. So Eliade said, and trees can manifest the sacred. Animals can manifest the sacred. The sun can manifest the sacred. The moon can manifest the sacred. The seasons can manifest the sacred. And he goes in his work. You know, you got to be prepared when you go to Eliade's work. And I want you to go to his work and make him, if you really are kind of too high some night and you can't sleep, you know, spiritually high, of course. Get some Eliade, it'll put you to sleep. But read some paragraphs of it, because what you'll do is you'll begin to expand your grammar of symbolism. That's one of the things we Jungians like to do. Expand the range of symbols that we understand. So that when we run into a symbolism of water in the Bible, we know that it isn't just water. Sacred manifest in water. Sacred manifest in blood. Sacred manifest in the jawbone of an ass. In one of these men's conferences, I was talking along and I said, you know, The sacred can manifest in trees. The sacred can manifest in rocks. The sacred can manifest in the jawbone of an ass. And Robert Bly was sitting here by me. I said, and the sacred could even manifest through Robert Bly. I didn't mean for that to go in that particular direction, but anyway, so that freedom of the divine, see, that is something we always lose. We lose the awareness of that. And whenever there's a fresh brush fire of the sacred, there's always going to be somebody coming along trying to put it out. But the good news from Eliade is that the sacred is free. It's going to come back. It's going to be back. That's one of my themes for today. The sacred will be back. It will always come back and try again. That's a fundamental premise of the biblical imagination. The sacred doesn't give up. It keeps coming back. And it will manifest where it will in order that that fire be rekindled. It has been not very long, just to stay in touch with our psychology thoughts before we go on. It has not been very long, and I would say that there are many psychologists today who still feel that any kind of mythic imagination in your personality is pathological. As I said to you yesterday, if you start thinking that you have a destiny, like Paula was talking about today, if you stop thinking that you have fate, but you start thinking you have destiny, they pathologize you. But, I have come in recent years to believe that actually you have not really become a healed personality. You have not become a fully mature personality. You have not become a really healed personality if you do not understand that the full flowering of personality is to get to the point where you can experience yourself mythically. I was encouraged recently when I was telling Father Jay that I have been very touched recently. We have this icon from Eastern Orthodoxy. I've been touched by the great work of the philosopher and theologian Berdyaev, who I didn't know until just this last few weeks also felt that you did not have a fully mature human personality until you really attained the sense of the mythic dimensions of your selfhood. And so this whole thing that has been started really with Jung, carried forward by Campbell, is a burgeoning kind of mustard seed of consciousness about reclaiming a certain kind of openness to spiritual imagination, mythic imagination, and I would say today a biblical imagination. The sense that if you do not have a sense of providence, if you do not have a sense that your life has a meaning and that you have a calling, a mission in this world, that you probably are going to just be depressed. And so this is a real changing. This is a turning of the ideas of recent psychology on its head. Because instead of pathologizing a person who begins to take themselves seriously, we're beginning now to realize that what depression really means. And chronic depression is everywhere now, but what depression really means is that one has not yet begun to be able to feel oneself in that larger lens, to see oneself in that larger lens of significance that myth brings. Now, this hunger If I had a lot of time, I would talk about a number of films to give you a sense about the hunger for the mythic dimension, the mythic level, the larger aspects of human life, the longing for something more, as William James, the great psychologist, used to say. But it is quite clear, if you will pay attention to what goes on in contemporary cinema, about the longing of human beings for reaching that level where you're not just lost in grayness, lost in a chronic depression, or lost in a sense of meaninglessness. And I want to just point to two things that most of you know about. You've been hearing all the hoopla recently about the reissuing of the Star Wars series, right? Well, I just want to talk for a second here before we move on about thinking about Star Wars and another movie. How many of you saw Independence Day here in the room? Yes, quite a few of you. The rest of you should see it for mythic reasons, and I'll get to that. But you may know that the maker of Star Wars drew on a lot of Joseph Campbell's work to get a sense for the kind of heroic dimensions of life that Campbell wrote about. So he used Campbell's work as an inspiration for the Star Wars series. You know, Jung tells us that we experience ourselves first in projection form. Out here. Way out here often. And then as we mature psychologically and spiritually, we reintegrate that projection. We bring it back inside. And so what I want to suggest to you this afternoon is to think Jungian about these movies. And think about what is going on in our common longings as thousands and millions of people go to see these movies, even in re-release. What we are looking at up on the screen is almost like it's a level of awareness we can't really reach yet in our own personal existential existence. We're not far from it. It's just right down there at the end of the movie theater. But we can get into this and we can really experience epic struggles. And we can thrill, we can identify with a young hero and a young heroine who don't really know who they are yet. They've sort of been living ordinary lives, but somehow their true identities are going to become clear. And there is an epic struggle that is coming. And it's very interesting what that epic struggle is. And I want you to remember what we've been thinking about in these other sessions about the reality of the principalities and the powers. The forces of death and the forces of domination and the forces of the abuse of power in the galaxy. And we look at the Star Wars movie and we see this great struggle. We see what is imaged as a struggle between the Republic, an image of liberty, freedom, liberty, and the forces of, sounds like Ronald Reagan, an evil empire. Which is bent on what? Bent on destroying freedom. Bent on bringing tyranny, bent on oppression, bent on imprisonment, bent on the enslaving of the little ones. So we see this acted out, this great drama, and there's a tremendous catching up of our feelings in this, in the sense of, wouldn't it be wonderful to be able to be a part of something this heroic? The idea of the cooperation of all the little animals and all of the sort of scalawags and sort of the riffraff that get together to try to fight back get together. They make alliances, incredibly unlikely alliances that get made. You know, Han Solo, remember? He was kind of a crook. You know, he would have been qualified to be a disciple. You know. But this unlikely alliance, and they get together and they take on these forces that are coming to wipe out all resistance. Forces that are coming in, remember, to use massive superior force to wipe out all resistance. And this ragtag group, this small body, sort of like the early church, they got big dreams. We might call them inflated. They even think they might win. You know, so we all thrill to that. We could go on and on and on. I should teach a course just on that series, Star Wars series. It's so tremendously rich about these great longings in our soul to really be heroic, like Paula was talking about. But then take Independence Day. This constantly comes back in film now, and it's really, I want you to know that when you're looking at these films, you're looking at something, and Jung would say you're looking deep into yourself. These longings. Why do so many people go out to these things? They go out to them because they're touching deep, deep chords in us. In Independence Day, you know, human beings, our species, we will fight with each other about anything. It doesn't really matter too much. If you just give us half a chance, we will fight with each other. But there's something that folks know. If there is an outside enemy, human beings will sort of start to cooperate. And that outside enemy, it can be a flood, you know. It can be an epidemic. It can be the communist bloc, you know, or for the communist bloc, it could be those capitalist, you know, oppressors on the other side. So we human beings, as long as there's an outside force, we can get united. So in Independence Day, you know, there is an alien invasion. This is one of the favorite things. This is getting to be a favorite theme now in our collective consciousness. And it's going to grow, as I said last night. It's going to grow. But the aliens are coming, so finally, human beings unite in common cause to resist this new oppressor that in the making of the film Independence Day, remember when they got that alien in there and they go in there to ask him, well, now, what is it that you want from us humans? And it said what any good demon would say. You remember I was talking about that this afternoon and yesterday. The anti-life force. It says, I want you dead. The message is, we want you all dead. And so human beings unite and they struggle back against these forces of domination and evil that are threatening the planet. This goes on and on. Even in the movie Asteroid. And the idea of something coming from without, bringing people together so that they can cooperate across their tribal lines. Now, this is a mythic structure. This is something that is in us. You know, we say, if we just had an enemy, we human beings could unite the tribes. If we just had an enemy. So, we have these fantasies of the Death Star. We have these fantasies of the coming of that great alien ship. We have the fantasies of the asteroid coming in. And we externalize, we can experience this longing to have a union of the tribes. Does that sound familiar to you in anything in the Bible? The longing for getting the tribes together to secure the future for human beings. That's a very archetypal longing in us. And the movies they're making millions and millions of dollars kind of figuring out what our longings are and giving us movies about it. But now what I want us to talk about is why we're having such a hard time getting that final distance between the screen up here, and your soul back here, closed. There's a projection gap where your true self has these longings, but it's very difficult for us to be aware of what our real situation is. That is to say, we can experience the epic struggle on the screen, and we can imagine however, there's not any boy in this country that has seen Star Wars that has not imagined himself flying one of those little fighter planes, saving the planet. And you know, we got a new version of that. They just kind of ripped off Star Wars for the Independence Day movie, because instead of that little Star Wars fighter, they had our American Air Force pilots. And it was really Star Wars revisited in Independence Day. But my question is, why can't we realize we really are in such a struggle? Why can't we realize that there really is incredible forces of domination that are really coming down on real people right now? Don't you find that interesting? Think about this a minute. We have got this projection gap between ourselves and the real world. We cannot really experience the actual mythic reality of our real existence. We have to have a screen up here. Imagine that, what is the Dolby sound and the big screen, see? We have to have that in order to feel these feelings about how large we could be, how important we could be. The amazing thing to me, as I reflect on that these days, is, our situation is really a situation where there really is a real war going on right now. And, there are a lot of folks that because they're so flattened out in their perception and their affect, they think there's nothing wrong anywhere. But let me just go over some of the things. My friend Forrest Craver, I have this wonderful friend that lives in Washington, D.C. and works with me in the Institute for World Spirituality. And what we're trying to do in the Institute for World Spirituality is to try to find ways on an interfaith basis to get the attention of the major religions of this planet, to get them to wake up a little bit to the real war that is going on, so that we can facilitate some cooperative action of religious groups on a number of these fronts. So let me just go through some of these. First of all, it's very interesting to me. There are a lot of people that have declared that the wars for democracy are all over. In fact, did you hear recently that President Clinton was making a speech and he talked about the in his view, the fact that China was a former communist republic. You remember that? Just this last week. He made it a former communist republic. Well, Mr. President, there are a lot of people that want to not see what is going on in China. There are a lot of people who want to fall over backwards not to know the fact that incredibly powerful forces in China are increasingly enslaving their people. They are using our technology, which we're selling to them, so they can enslave their people better. Do you know about this? The United States is the leading country in terms of the technology of surveillance and the technology of population control. That's a euphemism. We have incredible money that goes into spy apparatuses. These are being sold to China. And so right now, it's amazing to me how much pressure there is, and stay with me on this, this is very important. There is so much pressure right now for people not to want to know what's happening to Tibet and to Tibetans and to the people of the Dalai Lama because of the tyranny and the government of China. And we've got all sorts of people telling us, oh, there's no problem here. We need to trade with China. So, in China, in Albania, in many, many places on earth, including this country, there are forces that are not really democratic forces at all. And this is one of the things that fascinates me, the kind of amnesia that's going on now with regard to the kind of forces on this planet which are still working heavily against any kind of real democracy for the peoples of the earth. There is still a very, very strong war going on against freedom in the world. When a democratic republic gets started, look at what has happened in Nigeria. Do you know about what's been happening in Nigeria? They had a democratic election, and then a warlord comes along, imprisons the elected president, and doesn't have much to worry about from the other folks of the earth. There's not much outcry against this. So, if I had time, I would tick them off. In a book, Forrest and I are going to do a book called The Real War. We're going to put out a lot of this information that folks are not wanting to know. But there's a tremendous ongoing war against freedom, and you know, I don't know whether you know this, the United States is the biggest arms exporter in the world. China is a big competitor. We are putting heavy weaponry out all over the earth to make a lot of money. And for example, in Minneapolis, Minnesota, we have, the nations of the world are trying to outlaw landmines because so many children are being blown up by landmines in their villages. But our country has taken a stand against the ending of the production and sale of landmines. And so this whole arms industry, Dwight Eisenhower warned against the military-industrial complex, and he was right. And we're like lambs, we're asleep about this. It is an incredible thing that when you get enough arms in a country, the likelihood of civil war goes up. But there's another war going on, the war against nature. Now, maybe we should get somebody to make a heroic epic about the war against nature so we could see the film and be able to experience it. In fact, actually, recently, Steven Seagal did make such a movie about environmental degradation in Alaska. I don't know whether you saw that, Steven Seagal pot boiler, but it was really about the war on the environment. This war is going on right now as I speak. I have a friend that works with the World Bank, and he came through Chicago to see me recently. He was on his way to the Amazon, to the rainforest. Right now in the rainforest, the process of the destruction of the rainforest is accelerating rapidly. And as people go into the rainforest to do slash and burn clearing of the land to do subsistence farming, this is accelerating as we speak. And so my friend was telling me how lonely and how fearful he was as he was going down there to try to begin to create subsistence types of farming so that there would be a sustainable kind of approach to agriculture in the area to try to stop this. But there and so many other places in the world. There is a war on the environment. And this war is being conducted by a lot of the people in our Congress and but other places. So there is a real war that is against nature. And if it goes on without the kind of opposition that needs to be mobilized, pretty soon the legacy we're going to leave our children will be very degraded. So this is the second part. I don't need to tell the people here about this war against women and children, which is a real war now. We were talking at dinner the other night about the kind of denial that exists about the extent of domestic violence in our country. Not to say other countries, but the war against women and children on earth. I mentioned to you in a previous talk about the recent UNICEF report about the problems we're having getting fresh water for children and so on. I hope that when you go home from this conference that you'll get your pastor to try to get a copy of that UNICEF report to inform yourself about this aspect of the real war. There's an increasing war against conscience right now. I was speaking, there's a trial lawyer here in this room, and I was speaking with him about his concern about what is happening in our courts and about what's happening in the legal profession, in which more and more lawyers do not seem to be informed by any ethical concerns whatsoever in their practice. I was down in Kansas City with the Jungians down there recently, and one of the senior trial lawyers there in Kansas City was talking to me about the same thing. There are a number of lawyers of conscience who are realizing that there is a war on conscience in the legal profession. And it's not just there. We have increasingly situations in which the organized crime syndicates of the world are increasingly intimidating the legal governments of the world. I don't know how much you know about this, but you need to know about this. There is really a war going on. Recently there was a report about what's going on in Scandinavia. Have you been hearing about that? I'm always amused in a very, very dark way about how difficult it is for people of goodwill to get organized and do things together. Because every gang in the world is well organized. The Crips and the Bloods are well organized. Every gang is organized, and they're beginning to organize internationally now. Do you know the Hells Angels? This is amazing. Do you know that the Hells Angels are now an international body? They have developed extremely high-tech communications capacities, and the motorcycle gangs have now moved into Scandinavia in such force that a report came out recently about the way in which in Scandinavia the motorcycle gangs are beginning to intimidate the elected governments in Scandinavia. They have so much money because of the drug trade, and they have so little conscience that they will do anything to intimidate elected officials. And so this war against conscience is spreading rapidly, and it's not just in Italy. Not just in Italy. But there is a concerted war against conscience in the world. This is another part of the real war. The capacity to feel shame about this has been declining. And then, in a discussion of the biblical imagination, all of this is relevant. I want you to read Psalm 10, because that summarizes my talk here. Psalm 10. In a biblical imagination, they're always talking about the war against the poor. But increasingly in the world, there is a writing off of the poor. And increasing movement toward doing away with efforts to aid the poor. My colleague Ted Jennings at my school recently wrote a wonderful paper. He's been talking to all the United Methodist bishops. They made the mistake of asking him to come talk to them. And he went to them and he started talking about the way in biblical faith, the test of whether you're serious or not, according to the Bible, is where do you stand with regard to the poor? In biblical faith. And in this presentation, Jennings just lined up biblical passage after biblical passage after biblical passage. Who is the true God of the Scriptures? The true God of the Scriptures is the one who is watching what you're doing with regard to the poor. And so, in our time, we could not have a more biblical context here. There is a concerted war against the poor, and we could go on, read the book. But anyway, there is a real desperate situation in our planet now. There's no excuse for people not to feel like they have a heroic challenge that Paula was talking about this morning. So, in short, what is our challenge? Our challenge is to be able to reclaim that sense of the mythic, the large human, the really significant human, and be able to get it off of that very big screen over there and to bring it back where it belongs, right there in your heart. It's got to come off of the screen and into your heart. And so, in Little Rock, I'm going to go into the biblical story itself and looking at the way in which the stories of the Exodus and the stories of Jesus' war with the demons, how that whole imagery in our story is about a liberation spirituality. There was a lot of talk some years back, and still is in some circles, about liberation theology. And many of those folks had really sort of turned aside from the Bible. And they had sort of turned to Marxism. And they were looking to Karl Marx as a kind of a savior upon which to ground a sense of trying to liberate the poor of the world and the oppressed of the world from domination. But after the Berlin Wall came down, and after we got access to Eastern Europe, and we began to be able to know really what the communists had done to their people, the enslavement of their people, the torture of their people, the despoilation of their environment, the starvation of their people. This kind of turning to Marxism to ground a sense of human liberation has really been sort of brought up short. That obviously was the God that failed. But there really is an authentic liberation spirituality. And where is it grounded? It's grounded in the biblical imagination. And so what we need to be thinking about and working on is to try to go back to the biblical narrative, go back to the biblical story, and try to see it and let it revitalize us through these symbols. We need to go back and read in our work from a Jungian point of view, trying to bring these symbols back to life, letting them awaken us again. We need to go back and look at the stories like Noah. The idea of the ark. I was talking this morning in our session on practical spirituality about the kind of an ark that we need to build in our spiritual life. the inner ark within, so that we can have a vehicle to ride through the storms that are around us already and that are coming. But if you look at that Noah story from a mythic perspective, trying to get into the real spiritual depths of that, there are predictions made there. God gave Noah the rainbow sign. Remember that? No more water, the fire next time. So this theme set up for us in these biblical predictions in Noah are really about the kind of liberation that the biblical God has in mind. The idea of a kind of a spiritual fire. The idea of spiritual fire is at the heart of most religion. I don't know how much you've studied the symbolism of fire, but it is primordial in religious traditions around the world, the whole idea of fire. Some people study yoga. Yoga is all about fire, the inner fire, building of the inner fire, concentrating it, being able to let it build up in the psyche. So many of the different traditions, in Hinduism, the idea of Agni, the sacred fire that burns, that you have to connect with. But this idea of fire, of course, is about the alchemical fire of transformation that Jung wrote so much about. That is to say, if there's going to be a true transformation on earth, if you're going to be able to get yourself off of the big screen and down into the real world, there's going to have to be a new kind of fire that gets ignited. And this is a story that Christians understand. We have all sorts of symbolism of fire in our tradition. We are not new to symbolisms of fire. I have been really blessed by an opportunity to study Tillich on this idea of the sacred fire. Because Tillich is very interested in the idea that in Pentecost, in the Christian experience of Pentecost, lie the symbolic signs of the marks of the true Spirit, the marks of the kind of selfhood that would have a chance to make us full size. And I want to refer you to that in the third volume of Tillich's Systematic Theology. He has this whole section in there that's related to what we've been talking about this week about discernment. How do you know when the Spirit manifests, whether it's a true Spirit or not? Remember, anytime there's a manifestation of the sacred, Jesus even said this. He said, when the seeds are sown, someone comes along and they sow weeds in. So a lot of the time when the harvest starts to spring up, it's overgrown with weeds. That's what's happened so often before when the fire has come. The fire has been diluted or put out by kind of overgrowing of weeds. But Tillich says, what do you look at? Now let's go over this. How do you know when the true Spirit comes? That is, how would we know if a new fire was to catch on, which would be really of the true Spirit, which would really enable us to respond in a powerful, new, authentic, biblical way to our situation? Well, Tillich says this. He says, look carefully at the Pentecost story. And he says this. When the true Spirit comes, whenever that manifestation comes in, there will be a kind of ecstatic quality to the experience. That is, you will be lifted out of your ordinary self, your gray, depressed self. When you really have that connection with the Spirit, you will be lifted up. It will empower you. It will lift you up. It will bring you into a kind of ecstasis, bringing you out of the gray, ordinary depression of your life. but it will not make you more chaotic and crazy. Tillich says the way you tell if it's really of the true Spirit is when you connect with it, it makes you more centered. It makes you more sane. It makes you more courageous. So if the true Spirit is what is manifesting, it's not making you crazy. It's making you filled with the new fire, filled with a true wine, as the New Testament puts it. What else? When the true Spirit comes, it brings with it the kind of love that bridges all differences. Now, that's an important one for us today. And for our species, it's key. Because there are a lot of people who claim to be acting out of the Spirit who foster hatred and division. And so we need to really pay attention to that. If something is really of God, and if it's really of the true Spirit, it is a bridging reality. It is a bridging energy. It will seek to unite the tribes. I'm going to get to that in just a minute. The uniting of the tribes for the human future. Tillich says that reality always starts to manifest when the true Spirit comes. If the Spirit that is coming in is saying, let's hate them, it's not the true Spirit. If the Spirit is coming in and says, we are the only ones with any answers, that is not of the true Spirit. If the thing comes in and it says, let's all get together and not like her or them. You know, whether it's peoples of another race, peoples of another class, peoples of another sexual preference, whatever. When the true Spirit comes, that is brought to an end. What else does Tillich say? He says when the true Spirit comes, there is an increase of a sense of peace. That is, you know, we talk a lot today in psychological circles about how much anxiety there is. I don't know how many of you have ever taken the Milan multi-axial clinical inventory. If you came to see me for analysis, I'd have you take it, you know. I have everyone take it. They've got these little bar graphs on this thing, and you know, once in a while somebody will come in, they'll take that thing, and you know, on a scale of 0 to 100, on the anxiety scale, they'll go boom, all the way out to the edge on the anxiety scale. Well, that's kind of a metaphor for our time. You know, people are tremendously anxious, and we try to self-medicate ourselves all kinds of ways, through all kinds of addictions that we've been talking about here this week. But Tillich says, you know when the true Spirit comes. How do you know? Because when the true Spirit comes into your life, you're not getting more anxious, you're getting more calm and centered. It is a litmus test. What else? Tillich says, whenever the true Spirit comes in, and now this is a judgment on a lot of New Age spirituality. Tillich says, when the true Spirit comes in, the concern about and courageous commitment to work toward justice comes in. And so wherever the true Spirit manifests, here's the biblical imagination that Tillich is talking about. When the true Spirit comes in, then the biblical admonition to remember the widows, remember the orphans, and remember the poor, and remember those who are in prison, all of that stuff comes to the fore. When the true Spirit manifests, the passion for justice work comes in. And so an authentic biblical imagination moves in the direction of a true, authentic liberation spirituality. It moves grounded not in Marxism or in some sort of utopian communist fantasy. It grounds itself deeply in the biblical expectation, the biblical story. I like to say to people, the liberation spirituality that is worth talking about is God's liberation spirituality. It's God's liberation project. And what is God? What has been God's liberation project as told by our biblical story? Well, remember what I said about Eliade. The sacred keeps trying. And let's look at this. Let's look at the way this manifests. I'll just touch on this now. I'll come back to it a lot in Little Rock. The Spirit keeps trying to come. What does it try to do when it comes? It tries to unite all the tribes. Tries to bring them together under the auspices of the true ark. Right? So, the sacred tries this with David, right? You remember the story of David? I've got some lectures I love to give on David. But we've all got this longing for the coming of the true king. And that was the longing of the Hebrew people for David. David, the beloved of God. You know, the traditions are that God looked at David and really loved him. And the stories are that everybody that's ever really learned about David has loved him. David has been loved probably by more people than any other particular figure before Christ in human history. There have probably been more books written about David. I don't know whether you know that, but I mean, this beloved being David, the incredible expectation of the liberator king that came into the Hebrews' experience. And David made an effort. He tried to bring the tribes together. He wanted to unite them. He wanted to unite them in the service of the true God. He wanted to liberate the people from any inauthentic spiritual practice that was really imprisoning rather than leading to liberation and justice. You know the story of David. If you don't, listen to my lectures on David. David made the mistake so many men make, you know. In fact, I think the Bible gives us the story of David to give us men a paradigmatic model of the male problem. You've got to think back. Here's a person that has an opportunity in his beauty, in his wisdom, in his power to unite the tribes in faithfulness to the true God and really bring about a real incredible habitation for the people on earth. And he loses a sense for the abuse of power. And he abuses his masculine power and throws away his chance to do this liberation task that God has called him to do. So there was God trying. God tried in David. You know, a lot of people get mad at me because I talk about David's failed project. They want to hear just all about how wonderful David was. They don't read the text too carefully. You know. But this was a sacred trying. The sacred tried to unify the tribes, tried to bring them to the true center, tried to help them serve under the true ark. And David kind of messed it up for probably male problems, you know. Well, and then we hear about the story of the first Pentecost. You know, God tries again. And God sends the King of Kings in his lamb mode. And Jesus tries to bring this new love into the world where the tribes are once united. All divisions are united in him. So there's the manifestation of the sacred fire in the first Pentecost. And the sacred is trying again. And the sacred comes and makes an incredible manifestation of the sacred. Probably the greatest single manifestation of the sacred that has ever been on earth. This building, think about this. You can tell the power of that impact, that Big Bang, 2,000 years ago, but the fact this building is standing here. This building stands here because of the power of the Big Bang of that hierophany in Jesus, where the sacred was trying to liberate us again. And our biblical witness tells us that as before, when the prophets came, the forces of domination and evil did not receive this truth, but murdered him. And so, so there's your biblical imagination. God keeps trying. God comes. God comes first in the form of the Lamb. And the fire next time is present in the first Pentecost. And there is a time when the fire comes. It comes to that small group. They can hear, they can understand different languages. The different tribes can understand each other. And and there is enormous hope in the early church. And the fire burns very quickly and starts moving around the land. And then the franchisers arrive. Right? And then the franchisers arrive. And the people take the models of government of the Roman Empire and begin to impose it on the sacred. But remember Eliade's witness to us. The sacred keeps trying. The sacred keeps trying. And what I want you to be thinking about today is the question about, can there be a second Pentecost? You know, do we have any reason to expect a second Pentecost? Do we have any reason to expect that the sacred will try again? Is going to try again? Is trying again? Is trying again in you? Well, if we look at Eliade, that's why I love to study Eliade. Because when I study Eliade, I know the sacred always tries again. And so, this is where we are right now. This is the question. Where we are this afternoon, here in Tifton, Georgia, of all places now. Talk about Nazareth. You know, this is what I love about the biblical thing that is you add the biblical sense of the imagination to the brilliant understanding of symbolism of Jung and Campbell and Eliade. Now, why is that so key? If you're going to think about the possibility of a second Pentecost that might finally break through, why might we expect that? Well, you know, in the biblical imagination, not in the Jungian, you know, in the Jungian imagination, you really want to do analysis with the rich and famous. You know, I mean, in psychoanalysis, you want to kind of cater to an upscale clientele, right? And you want to have your office, you know, on the most prestigious street in your city. And there is a kind of a classism that's in psychoanalysis. Kind of a privileging of the upper classes and the privileges of wealth. But you know, in the Bible, it's not that way at all. In the biblical imagination, the sacred, not only can the sacred manifest anywhere, the sacred in the biblical imagination manifests what? What is particularly the biblical imagination about where is the sacred going to break in? It's going to break in the marginal. You've been talking about that some in other sessions. That is, the biblical imagination is very different from other kinds of imagination. And this is the thing that should give us so much hope, because you can tell in this day that the Spirit is not coming in too strongly among the wealthy of the earth. Greed is growing more rapidly than ever. And as I spoke to you before, the concentration of wealth in a very small population percentage of the population is growing. And the Spirit doesn't seem to be coming in too quickly through the people with a lot of political power. They seem to be very much more interested in fundraising for their parties, right? Right? But remember the biblical imagination. Where is the sacred going to come in? It's going to be probably in downtown New York City or Washington, D.C. No, it may well come in Tifton, Georgia. See? Well, you see, if that is one of the things that you begin when you get back into the biblical narrative, get back into the biblical imagination, if you did not have the biblical imagination, the chances of your having any hope that things could really change would be slim and none. But in the biblical imagination, at the worst time, look back, I wish, if this were Advent, I would be talking to you about the star, In the worst possible time, when things are most desperate, this Christmas I went to this show at the Adler Planetarium in Chicago. It was wonderful. They were doing, they've gotten to where now they can roll the skies back. They can actually roll back the skies, and they can actually show you what the sky looked like in 4 BC. Did you know that? And the Adler Planetarium, what they were doing this year was they were doing what they can now do. They rolled the skies back, and they were able to show you where the stars were located in 4 BC, and in that whole period. And they were looking, and they were trying to understand what may have been the Star of Bethlehem. And it's an amazing thing. You've got to see one of these things if you haven't had a chance to see it. But see, in the biblical narrative, you've got things in terrible condition in the world, but these wise men, these astrologers from Persia, according to these astronomers, they were saying these astrologers knew anomalies in the skies. They watched for any anomaly in the sky because in the mythic mind, if there's something important happening on earth, what? It will be reflected in the sky. In the mythic mind, as above, so below, right? So, in the biblical imagination, in the most difficult of times, suddenly there is a celestial event, and one which, according to these scholars, which predicts the coming of a new king. Let's talk about the new age. This is the real beginning of the sense that the new aeon was coming, and it was foretold in this Epiphany. So, in the biblical imagination, right when things are most difficult, the sacred comes again, not in expected places, but in marginal places. And the very people who are going to be decisive in the struggle, God's struggle for justice in the world, the very people who are going to be the most heroic, as Paul has said today, the ones who will really rise to their destiny, are not those celebrities that we might expect, but they are persons who are extremely marginalized. They come from the poor, they come from unknown, unrecognized places, and so on. That is the biblical imagination. And any hope that we have for a second Pentecost, one where the third age that I talked about the first night, the third age of the Spirit might truly manifest, any hope for that is not going to come from the elites of the world. In the biblical imagination, we might say it this way: it comes from the grassroots. It comes from the grassroots. Now, this gets me to my closing here. In the biblical imagination, we have to go back through the entire myth in our story, the whole story, and re-look at these things in the light of the work of Campbell and Jung and Eliade. And remember, the story does not stop with the crucifixion of Christ. The story of the Lamb. It does not stop with the story of the Lamb. There is also the Lion of God. There is also the vision that the fire will return and it will catch, and there will be a new movement at the grassroots to try to confront the things that are trying to destroy the women and the children and the animals and the conscience and so on. And that this will come in ordinary people. And this is what I want to challenge you about, and we'll come back and speak to this more, as I said, in Little Rock. There was another movie recently on television. I think it was one of those Stephen King things. Did you see it? It was called The Stand. Did you see that? It's really another part of this redemptive myth that keeps trying to come into human life and into human history. And it's a part of what is our story that we have to claim. That is, finally you have to get past the victim place. Finally you have to begin to realize that the Lamb has already been here. The spiritual need in the world now is not for any more lambs of God to be sacrificed. There has already been. This is what our message needs to be to all those that want to get into a depressed position with regard to the future. The time for the victim complex is over. It's now time, as in that Stephen King novel that turned into a movie, the time has come for us all in our biblical spirituality to take a stand. So it's not simply a matter of inner work. It's important, as Paula was saying this morning, it's important to take a stand in your inner work. It's important to take a stand, to become conscious, to really accept the heroic aspect of your life, to really get a sense of your destiny. And that is the key, the center, the heart of inner work. But at this time in history, in my homily tomorrow morning, for those of you that are not going to be here, my topic is going to be living in Kairos time. Living in Kairos time. Because I am convinced just as much as I stand here that this is Kairos time. It is now time to stop passing the buck. It is now time, and this is one of my pet motifs these days. It's now time to stop idealizing anybody else. It's now time to bring your idealizing projections to an end. It's time to stop idealizing government. It's time to stop idealizing political leaders, quote-unquote leaders. It's time to stop idealizing religious leaders. It's time to not idealize workshop leaders. It's important not to idealize Jungian analysts. All idealization is a giving away of that great mythic self that is your birthright. It's time to stop giving away your gold. The gold, the spiritual gold that holds the hope of the world, is not out there. The spiritual gold that holds the hope for the world is in there, in every heart in this place. And it is time now to remember the Lion of God. It's time for you not to be lambs led to slaughter. It's now time for you to be lion women, spirit lion women, and spirit lion men. It's time, as Stephen King says, it's time to take a stand. And every person in this room has got some realm of influence in your community, in your church, in your political life, in your spiritual life. There is some place that is waiting for you to do what Paula was talking about this morning, for you to find that heroic thing in you, that thing in your destiny, and for you to step up and take a stand against the forces of domination and destruction that are destroying our planet and its future for our children. And let me just give you an example. Some persons that are taking a stand. Because people are doing this. This is not just a pipe dream. My friend Bob Roberts over in New Orleans he had a successful dental practice. He gave it up when he realized what was happening to prisoners. He has made a stand for people in prison. And he has created the most successful rehabilitation program in the country. You know what? The churches have not helped him one bit. None of the churches in New Orleans have helped him one bit. He has taken a stand. Very soon, my friend Robert Bly and the men in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area are going to take a stand. They are going to go out in front of that landmine manufacturer, and they are going to block the entrance of that factory. And what they do when they've been going out there now, everybody that goes out there as a witness for the children of the world, they leave one of their shoes behind at the gate to witness the fact that the children of the earth are having their legs blown off by these landmines because we continue to manufacture them, let them be manufactured in the world. So in April, all the men in the men's movement there in Minneapolis are going to go and get arrested in front of that landmine manufacturer. Now, folks, that's taking a stand. It's going to not make a lot of people happy. But you know, that may not be your stand. But there is something in your life that is asking you to make a stand and to be a spirit lion for the true God. And this is Kairos time. And it's the time for us to step up. And you know, there's an old Southern saying. You need to do this before the horse gets out of the barn. It's not going to be long until the horse will be out of the barn, and it will be too late for us to take our stand. So this is what I want to leave you with today. This is the time to make a stand, to start a new kind of biblical liberation spirituality and make it a reality in your psyche. Take a stand against those things that are trying to kill you, and take a stand against those things that are trying to destroy our communities and our planet. We have a few minutes. Let me just stop right there. Thank you very much. Thank you. The first workshop yesterday, I focused on what we traditionally call discernment. And for those of you who were not there, it was really very simple. In the spiritual life, it's very important to try to do what our speaker was just telling us about trying to stay awake, waking up, scanning. You know, get your spiritual radar on. Now, Paul was talking about the happy cabbage approach to the spiritual life. That was not what I was talking about. And when you begin to try to get into things that we have traditionally called discernment, you're necessarily trying to deal with what we call shadow materials, but not just personal shadow materials. There's also what we sometimes call the archetypal shadow. There are aspects of the psyche, there are aspects that are present in your psyche, they may be more than just psychological, that are unfriendly. Jung made a great deal out of the fact that don't romanticize the unconscious. It is not always friendly. And when you do active imagination, don't romanticize the contents in your active imaginations. You may invoke some very positive figure, and the figure that comes into your active imagination may not be friendly at all. May not even be something you ought to talk to. So what I was talking about yesterday, and this is important to do, and I'll make available some of these out-of-date brochures on my work that list some of the lectures that are available on the psychology of Satan and the understanding of human evil that I've done before. I don't want to really get into that a lot this morning, except to encourage those of you who were not there to understand that in practical spiritual life today, we need to understand that you want to turn up your spiritual radar. It does not mean you're paranoid. There are a lot of people that think, and they will very glibly say, that if you are aware of evil in your environment, that you're sort of paranoid. That's probably how you would diagnose on the DSM-4. But the truth is, just because you're vigilant doesn't make you paranoid. And what I asked the group yesterday was very simple. Are you having any close encounters of the deadly kind in your life? Are your family members having close encounters of the deadly kind? In short, and then you don't have to be a Jungian to understand this stuff at all. I mean, the British object relations theorists, who are, some of the most, I call them anal retentive psychoanalytic theorists, but they're very smart. They're very smart, and they have this concept called here's the fancy $175, $200 phrase, anti-libidinal ego. There is in you an anti-libidinal ego. Now, translate that into down-home good old boy language. Well, not really. No. It is something that is in you that wants you dead. It is an anti-life I. You think it's I. And see, one of the things that very destructive autonomous complexes in your psyche, which used to be called by all the other people in history demons. Jung had a phrase for this. He differentiates this from the stuff I've done most of my work on, that is the stuff about the personal unconscious and your personal self structure that needs to be integrated. For example, as I didn't have time to go into it much, but in my life, I lived most of my life in the magician archetype. And I thought you could come to wholeness just in that one sector of the psyche. So I got 7 degrees. And, it's a nice mystical number. And I kept thinking I was going to come to wholeness by study. But that's a typical magician fallacy. There are other aspects of the psyche. And you have to integrate them. I was raised to be a nice boy, so I did not have my aggression blessed. so I always had to have dangerous friends, right? Think about your friends on that one. But most of my work in recent years has been looking at the aspects of the collective unconscious that is about the parts of yourself that you need to integrate, that you need to get blessed and to have integrated. You know, your royal self, the royal aspects of yourself, the king or queen, the aggressive aspects of yourself, the warrior within, the cognitive and transformative aspects of yourself, the magician within, the embodied and erotic and joyful aspects of yourself, the lover within. So I've written extensively about that and lectured extensively about that. That is in the collective unconscious. That's the blueprint for the integration of our golden flower of ourself. And so it's important in your discernment work to discern what parts of your soul you have lost. This is the old shamanic vision. And it's important to be able to recognize what parts of your soul did not get blessed and need to be retrieved. And you need to find really generative, loving persons with the power to bless that part of your soul so you can get it back. Now that's very important. And I'm not sorry I did that work. I think it's important, and it's a very important part of your discernment and of your individuation process. You're moving toward wholeness. And so I've written a lot about the spirituality of wholeness, how you really have to acknowledge all these aspects. But Jung also talked about another form of pathology, spiritual and emotional and psychological pathology. And he said it is related to what he called, in the collected works, the spirit complex. And the spirit complex was never a part of the ground plan of yourself, your archetypal self. It is not supposed to be built into the house of yourself. It is in the psyche. It is archetypal. It's a part of the collective unconscious. And all of the old peoples of the earth called them demons, including our forebears in Christian tradition. These things, this is the bad news. These things, by the time you become aware of them, they've already come inside the house. You know those movies where they focus, dum, da-dum, da-dum, and you go with a flashlight and you go to the door to lock it and it's already unlatched. The fact is, Jung made it very clear that there are these things that have access to us from the inside, but they are not us. And these British object relations theorists were quite right. They are an anti-life thing in the psyche. It works like a virus. These are spiritual viruses. You know, the way a virus works, it gets in and it starts to fool the cells. It fools the cells into thinking that it's friendly. And pretty soon the cell is making the stuff of the virus and replicating it. And so this kind of spiritual virus comes in, it fools you into thinking it's you. That's why they call it the antilibidinal ego or the antilibidinal I. It is a pseudo I. It is that part of yourself that thinks you really want to continue smoking. See? It's that thing in me, as I said to the group yesterday, it's that thing in me that really convinces me that I have to eat every steak that comes my way, and the bigger the better, right? Preferably marbled with all of that, all of that, the worst kind of fats, right? And, what Paula was talking about a while ago is very difficult, staying awake. Gurdjieff was right. Most of us sleepwalk through life. And one of the way to be a zombie is just to kind of not wake up and scan for that and not ask the question, who is this in me that is trying to get me to eat myself to death? Because the wisdom of Jung about this, and the wisdom of all these spiritual traditions, and especially our own, is that that probably isn't you. You think it's you, but that probably isn't you. It's probably an entity. If you don't like to talk theology and spiritual theology, and the hair stands up on the back of your neck when I talk about the possibility of this demonic presence in your psyche, just use the word complex. That cleans it up. Just say complex, autonomous complex. Well, so what I was talking about yesterday is the need to scan for those things, and don't be gullible and naive. If there is something in your life that's trying to kill you, kill your relationships, kill your promise, not only as just a person, but if there's something that's trying to kill your sense of significance, ask yourself, is there something in your life that is trying to convince you that you're insignificant and that you do not matter and that your decisions do not matter to the future of the earth? Because there are things that are unfriendly that would like for you to really think. And sometimes Jungians contribute to this. There are a lot of folks around and things without and within that would like for you to think that if you believe you might make a difference in the world, that's inflation. Somehow that's inflation. So I think it's very important to scan for that stuff, and I work with my students a lot at the Chicago Theological Seminary on this. I get to teach a lot of these very advanced interdisciplinary doctoral courses. I love to teach my two-quarter advanced doctoral seminar on Paul Tillich's philosophy of culture, science, religion, theology, ethics, and the human sciences. And I love to do that. That's a lot of fun. My magician just loves that, Whoo! He just gets overstimulated. My wife teases me. She says, every time you come home from that Tillich seminar, you're just kind of glowing. Because I love to do that so much. But that is not the level of the practical spirituality that I feel that seminarians need to talk about and that we need to talk about. Because the level we need to talk about and that I enjoy talking with my students about, particularly the ones that are going to go out and be chaplains in hospitals and hospices or pastors in congregations very soon, is, I call it Christian street magic. Survival, street spirituality. None of this fancy schmancy, loop-de-loop stuff. I'm talking about just how are we going to stay alive today? How are we not going to consent to the things that are wanting to kill us? And so I recommend that you do some scanning and that you be, as Paula was saying, very awake, and that you not rationalize so easily. That you do a nice little, those scans they've got now that they look for tumors in your body. I recommend that you do a spiritual one of those, and that you do a kind of a full body scan on anything in your life that's trying to cut you down, rub you out, make you die prematurely, make you destroy your relationships, make you destroy everything you've tried to build, because the chances, this is the bad news, the chances are very good that if you'll look, it's there. And then the question is, if you're one of those blessed persons for which there is nothing like that in your life, congratulations. Wait till next week. So anyway, that's what we were talking about yesterday, and we were sharing around things, getting aware of patterns of destructiveness in our families, patterns of accidents, patterns of illnesses, patterns of what we like to clean up and say, oh, dysfunctional behaviors, as if saying dysfunctional makes it less demonic, but trying to get aware of that. Today we need to share some together about down to earth things that you have found helpful, not only in staying alive, but in becoming more empowered. Things that you have found helpful in making you stay more awake. Things that you have found helpful in keeping you from becoming terminally fatigued, and things like that. So I'm going to suggest a number of things that will not come as any surprises to anybody here, but that I want to simply lend my support to this type of thing in your life. And I think sometimes it's good just to have some of the ordinary things that we do or want to do or know to do acknowledged as important to give us the courage to avail ourselves of the means of grace of that kind. When I was a young, I wasn't even really a man. I was about a little over 17 or so, freshman in college. And I was trying to be a Christian and trying to be faithful and trying to live my spiritual life as I entered college. And, of course, you all know the story about when you get to college, that's where you run into all the people that are so smart that are atheistic and love to ridicule you and shame you for your faith. And I can remember as a freshman feeling very bewildered about the intensity and the commitment to destroying my soul that so many of the very, very smart folks more advanced in the studies were able to put this toxic stuff on me about my sense of faith. I resolved at 17 that, I'm going to study so hard and I'm going to learn so much that the day will come when nobody will be able to intimidate me like this about my faith. And sometime recently I got to that point, So I'm not easily intimidated by folks that think they're smart and who happen to be atheists or people that are very, very unappreciative of spiritual exercises. So I just want to say I want to support you in your traditional exercise. And now let me start with the most simple things. We need to talk about prayer this morning. We need to have you speak about your prayer life and what you find helpful and what you find difficult. Because the more I study and the more I learn about all this, the more I'm convinced that prayer is the centerpiece of survival spirituality. And the real challenge to us all is to learn to pray. Because in this very godless age, it is not easy, even for someone that really intends to. It's a very difficult thing. But I want to suggest to you that we have been led to believe. I just want to talk about prayer first, and then I want to talk a little bit about ritualization in your life to sanctify it. So the old holiness people used to talk about sanctification. And I want to bring that back in under the context of ritualization. And then we'll open it up for your other suggestions. But let me just say this about the life of prayer. In our very, very flattened out, secular, godless world, prayer has come to mean formulas, sort of formal things that you do in worship services. And there are a lot of people that when I ask them about their prayer life, they will say, well, I read this prayer or that prayer, or I will take this guidebook on prayer and I'll read those.
and they're struggling to try to learn, try to pray, but they have not tried to get any sense of their own speech of the Spirit. We hear a lot about people not finding their voice. Well, it's hard to find your own prayer voice. And so it's sort of like a singing voice. And so learning to get to let this come up from within you that is authentically you, and let that speech of the what Anna Ulanov calls primary speech kind of come up from your own depth, not what somebody told you was the right way to pray. This is extremely difficult. And so getting permission for you to struggle with that is not easy to do in this culture. And there's so much ridicule waiting for you if you talk to people about this, that a lot of people just never share with anyone their emptiness on this front. A lot of students in seminaries never pray. A lot of faculties in seminaries never pray. There are a lot of folks in these theological schools in Chicago that really think that prayer is superstition. And so, even in a place that's dedicated toward preparing people for ministry, it is not encouraged. So if you have had trouble getting started in this in your life, don't be surprised. There are a lot of forces that would like you not to learn to pray. But there's another thing that I've discovered, and that is we have an attitude about praying maybe before bedtime, or praying maybe a couple of times a day. And here is where I think it's very important to spread your spiritual net when you're fishing for resources. You need to cast a very wide fisherman's net to get things to help you look freshly at prayer. Because Christians are not a very good example about prayer. Did you know that? In fact, the worst examples that I see about prayer are Christians. I hate to say that. It doesn't make me feel good about my tribe. The people, for example, one man said to me recently, Christians tend to pray maybe some 1 hour a week. And he says, these Sioux folk are taught to pray all the time. Not 1 hour a week, 52 weeks a year, but 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. And when I heard him say that, I got to reflecting on this, and I noticed that even our Islamic brothers and sisters, they're not ashamed about their prayer life. They don't let anybody ridicule them. They don't care if they do ridicule them. Right where I live there in Hyde Park in Chicago, I have a friend that is a Muslim man, and he is an Egyptian, and he has a beauty shop there on the little street where I shop. And I've gotten to know him, and he and his family have their prayer rugs there at their shop. And 5 times a day, those prayer rugs come out, and they prostrate themselves on these prayer rugs, and they make it very clear to Allah, their way of speaking about the Most High, that they have not forgotten that Allah has not forgotten. Now, that is very interesting, because the life of prayer that really is going to help you, you've got to start somewhere. So you just, I like to tell people, do a beachhead somewhere on this. Invade Normandy. But if you're not ready to invade Normandy in your spiritual life,
try Morocco, like General Patton did in the early days of the Second World War. I mean, start somewhere. And anywhere is a good place to start. That's the important thing, practically speaking. Just start where you can start. But I think it's important for us to realize that when you pray does matter. And here's one of the things I've discovered in working with people on this. It makes a lot more difference if you're going to just pray some time of the day. It is a lot better to pray first thing in the morning than the last thing at night. It's much more important. Immediately upon awakening. Now, there are some rules about that, and there are all kinds of reasons that's so. And you've heard of the 4-minute rule, the first 4 minutes rule. That is, the first 4 minutes in any interaction, in any endeavor, tends to set the emotional and spiritual tone of that endeavor. So, we like to be aware that when you first meet somebody, you want to really try to make a good connection, because if the first 4 minutes go bad, it's sort of hard to repair it. Well, there's a way that your day is like that. The world starts with Genesis. And if you get things right at the genesis of your day, it is a lot easier to be calm and centered during the rest of your day, no matter how stormy it is. And as I investigate with people practically, I'm bad to ask questions, because, I sit down and it takes me a very short time to ask enough questions to know how the spiritual life is. Because, I'd ask, when do you pray? And if they don't tell me they pray and do some very special spiritual orientation and grounding the very first thing in the morning, then I know I can help them very fast to do something that will make a big difference for them. And so just that beginning, in the beginning God, is extremely important. And I just challenge you to try this if you're not doing this. The first thing in the morning after awakening, before you make the coffee, before you have breakfast, before you go get the paper, before you take the dog for the walk, before you do anything, do your prayer, and I'm going to encourage you to be experimental in this. There are some ways. I was down with Journey in St. Simon's Island. That's where John Wesley was. I've studied John Wesley a lot. He believed that spirituality had to be experimental. He didn't believe that you go by what is rote. You learn from that rote stuff, but you experiment. And I'm going to encourage you to experiment with a way of praying first thing in the morning that comes out of you, it feels right to you. And you may not find it quickly. But you need to work on this each day until you can find something that really feels, here's the fancy word, egocentric. It just means that it really feels like it is not being imposed on you from without. It's coming from within. And so the prayer first thing in the morning is the most important thing to check out about your spiritual practice. And if you begin there, if you're not doing that, you will immediately notice, funny thing, you're calmer during the day, no matter what craziness comes your way. You will begin to notice how much more centered you are in spite of the raging storms around the boat. You are, in effect, building you an ark. The ark is a spiritual reality. The Ark of the Covenant is a spiritual reality. It is a part of the inner temple. And prayer is what builds the ark. And so if you start there, I will guarantee you, I will promise you that if you're not doing that, that you will note an immediate increase in the peace that passes understanding in your life. I didn't say it would be optimized yet. I just said I will guarantee you there will be a significant, noticeable increase in peace, in the fruits of the Spirit. Now, I do want, however, to have us recognize that that is not optimizing in the prayer life. Because this, as I have studied the spirituality of indigenous peoples, from Africa to South America to Australia to New Guinea, you know, these little ones that we have abused so much in our colonializing arrogance, these little ones have prayed so faithfully to God as they know God. And they do not, as we do, forget to pray constantly in the way they know to pray. And I say pray constantly. Now, you know, some of us were taught that, well, that idea of practicing the presence of God was just something, you know, some of that weird medieval spirituality practiced by Brother Lawrence. You know, that's sort of weird. No self-respecting man would do that. You know, and our culture really, you know, it's not manly to pray. There's a fantasy out there that real men don't pray. Real men don't cry, and real men don't pray. You know, real men beat up their wives and things like that. You know, there's a fantasy among us about that. But you know what is very interesting? If you study all the old peoples of the earth, what it meant to stop being a boy and become a man was to become a person that prayed all the time. The difference between a boy and a man was that there was a second birth. And that second birth was born into a life of constant prayer. Not constantly talking at the Great Spirit, but constant awareness of the real presence of the Spirit with a capital S. Now, as Christians, we ought to be embarrassed about how little, you know, if these little ones that have not had very much of a chance to know about things that we study in the Scriptures and so forth, if they know to pray unceasingly, we need to kind of wake up and smell the coffee here. There's something badly wrong in the church. There's something badly wrong in Christianity when prayer becomes something that we think of as rote and something that's alien to us and something that is not directly tied to maturity. I mean, here's the thing. We have an epidemic of narcissism now. What is narcissism? It's simply lived idolatry. And I am God. See? And you know, the greatest antidote to narcissism and thinking you're God is if you're speaking with God. It's harder to think you're God if you're speaking with God. Not impossible. It's not impossible. So this is what I would emphasize. That is, you make a spiritual beachhead on this realizing the presence in your life. You understand that the true God is one who liberates and blesses you in all sectors of your being. One of the fantasies we get into is that, you know, not only do we mistake that anti-life force in us for I, we mistake the anti-life force for God sometimes. You know, the God that a lot of people teach about is Satan. Whenever anybody tries to tell you that Jesus or the true Christ or the true God is somebody that hates the world, hates life, hates joy, wants you to be morose, wants you not to enjoy yourself, wants you not to enjoy your body, wants you not to enjoy the blessings of the world, you know, there's something very interesting has occurred there. Folks have taken the name of Jesus and turned it into the voice of Satan. And so our faith is a faith of, I am come that you might have life, and it more abundantly. So anything that you hear spoken from people that claim to be witnesses, anything that you hear coming from them that contradicts that, tells you what voice you're hearing. You follow me? Anti-life voices coming from folks that claim to be spiritual directors are not really the true voice. So this whole prayer thing is very key, and there's a lot more to say about it, but I just want to encourage you to start where you can start. If you have not started first thing in the morning, do a Genesis kind of praying. You know, in the beginning, God. And now let me turn to that second part of what I wanted to engage you about. The role of ritualization in your individual life. You know, you say the word ritual today, and a lot of people will immediately say witchcraft, ritual abuse, blah, 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 blah. Because they do not understand that all religious practice has a ritual dimension. All religious practice has a ritual dimension. Even the most flat Reformed tradition that thinks they've gotten rid of all the, quote, popery, unquote, has enormous dimensions of ritual. And here I'm indebted. You heard Paula talking about the liminal and the liminoid and so forth this morning. She was quoting from the work of Victor Turner, one of probably the greatest anthropologist, cultural anthropologist that ever lived, and a good friend of mine, before his death. Turner has taught us to reappropriate understanding the ritual dimension of life. And before the modern era, before that Enlightenment stuff came in, all human beings understood ritualization better than we do now. Now, so few people understand that the spiritual life is a life of ritualization, that we tend to say it is some sort of godless magic if you do any kind of ritualization. That is totally wrong. Christians have always done ritualization in their life. To sanctify life. The process of sanctification of life is a process of consecrating life by gesture, by movement. You know, you've been doing the walking through the labyrinth, that labyrinth that's on the floor of the Chartres Cathedral. That is a ritual process. When you're walking a labyrinth, that's a ritual process. You're trying to do things which help you to remember the sacred dimension of life, the sacredness of life. One of the things I think it's important for you to do is to get extremely conscious about your own ritualization in your life. And you know, most of the peoples of the earth understand that you need to do a lot of this in your home. Most of the peoples of earth know
that it is very important. It's important to honor this space and this altar, but it's also important to have a space in your home which you designate as a place for you to pray, a place for you to meditate, a place where you might, after a long, terrible day, where you might come in and light a candle to acknowledge the presence of the light in the darkness, where you might, I love this, some aspects of the Episcopalian tradition because, smells and bells, That is, they understand that in sanctification, you sanctify everything. Everything is holy. Smell your senses. You need to be able to smell God. You need to be able to hear, let music and sound come into you in ways that are not totally dominated by words. People overemphasize the importance of words. It's hard to work with words, and I love words. God knows I love words. But words are not nearly as important in a spiritual life as people think. The Bible talks about the groanings of our heart, and the things that can't be uttered. And sometimes working on how you're going to use sound, how you're going to use perhaps incense to make you aware of your prayers going up to the Holy of Holies. Things like that are extremely important, and perhaps you can share some of the things that you do in just a moment. But I want to say, when I work with students, I try to make them aware that they need to be thinking about consecration a lot. I ask them, well, have you had your apartment blessed? Have you seriously taken the idea of the ancients that until you bless a space where you're living, it's not safe space spiritually? Now, your psyche understands that. Your brain may not. I got lots of books to give you to get your brain to understand it. But your soul understands this. And so this is why throughout time, people have, in fact, when they even started to build a house, they would consecrate the building of the house. The laying of the cornerstone would be done in a sacred, ritualized way. We ought to start doing that again. But be thinking about that. I always say, have you consecrated this space? Have you, and in fact, I think it's very important, have you chosen significant friends that you know would understand this to come and do this with you, be witnesses with you? Have you, for example, do you have a particular minister or priest that you feel carries a great deal of the Spirit for you? There's a layperson that you think carries a lot more Spirit than the priest. Invite them to come. But there's your living space. Read Eliade on this stuff. The way in which all of our forebears knew to consecrate space where you're going to be, and this includes your workplace. Have you, without your bosses knowing, of course, have you engaged in blessings in the workspace where you are, so that you can, in your own spirit mind's eye, acclaim that space, and so that it is what Eliade calls it is oriented space. It is livable space. It is habitable space emotionally and spiritually. It's extremely important to do that. There's all kinds of rituals. I find it's very fascinating. I teach a lot of courses with students on creative ritualization for extending the spiritual life into a practical, rubber to the road
experience in their lives. And when you first start working with students on this, they don't think they can be creative on ritualization. They don't think they can do it. But if I get out of the way and I just say, now I want you to come up, divide you into, if I were doing that with you, I'd divide you into groups of about 4 to 6. And I would say, now ask the people in your group to be honest and say what part of your life needs some ritualization, some blessing, or some cleansing, or some healing, or some honoring, lifting up. And lo and behold, in every group, of course, people know what they need: blessed, honored, healed, empowered, banished, exercised. And then I say to them, okay, come up with a ritualization. Ground it in your tradition. But don't be rote. And you know what? They can all do it. And I am so touched by what genius, Victor Turner called it ritual genius. What ritual genius comes up in their capacity to be creative in this. So I want to suggest to you that you begin in your own spiritual life to do what all of our forebears always did. Christians always blessed their living spaces. They always blessed their workspaces. They always put symbols around. There are people that believe if you put a symbol there to acknowledge the sacred presence that you're practicing witchcraft. They don't know what they're talking about. Of course, it depends on what kind of symbols you choose. As my friends always say, you got to be careful what you invoke. You might get it. So don't, when you're praying and inviting angels to come, be sure that you don't put out any "to whom it may concern" invitations. Make sure you know who you're invoking. Paul had talked about another thing I want to mention that has always been something that's been very much part of the practice in the biblical tradition. Spoke of it some yesterday, but the host, she was talking about being aware of the presence of angels. Now, there's a big thing now with angels, you know, there's all sorts. We're going to be in a fascinating hothouse, spiritual hothouse, for about 10 years now, next 10 years. And there's all kinds of abductions by UFOs, blah, blah. You hear about this all the time. Somebody just told me this last week. They're into a spiritual fever, and they've decided that the comet, this comet that's appearing, this comet is really an alien spacecraft, and there's this big warfare between two different groups of aliens, and they've been abducting these people, and there's all that sort of thing. It's going to get stronger, and of course there are in a lot of circles there's a lot of ferment around of sightings of Mary, Virgin Mary, everywhere, whether you've been following that at all. And there's been a lot of ferment about angelology, and a lot of people make a lot of fun of that, but I do not. Because if you really take biblical faith seriously, and this is what Paul was getting at, you start becoming aware of things like guardian angels, the way our tradition has talked about these things. And you become aware of the Archangel Michael, and you become aware of the Archangel Gabriel, and you become aware of these agents of God who can be called upon for special assistance in your life. The Scriptures are full of this. So I think it's important to work on your own creative ways of calling for angelic support, protection, assistance, in your life, and especially for those for whom you should be praying. I want to recommend that you get the books of Larry Dossey. If you tend to be a little skeptical about prayer, get Larry Dossey's book, Healing Words, where he presents the scientific evidence that prayer really does, in fact, make a large difference. So, practicing, increasing your capacity to pray through the days, and working on your personal ritualization so that you have a place which helps you to collect yourself spiritually in your home, and availing yourself ritually of the means of becoming much more aware of the sacredness of all of life. So if I had a chance to work with you individually, that's what I would do. I would simply sit with you, and I would find out what, in fact, your practice is. If you have no practice, we would simply work to get you started. If you already have a practice of your own spiritual quest for resources for the abundant life, then I would simply try to help you optimize it. And so let's take the rest of our time. We have about 30 minutes. I would like to take the rest of our time to ask you to share things which you have found helpful, either in maximizing your capacity to utilize prayer for your life, or other practical things that you have found really useful in strengthening yourself. So let's just open it up now, and let's hear from you about your things that might help the others here. Yes, Sidner.
Robert, this is a comment about what's helpful for me, and also a question to you. I guess one of the things that I have found to be helpful is a sense of openness. And one of the things that I hear you driving pretty hard is that we need to be careful about how open we are. That there is a radical evil, and I see that as consistent with a lot of what Jung has to say. I also recognize that in Jung, though he does talk about this ambivalence in God, and that there is something that once becomes conscious in God, but not quite, that there is a sense that he puts trust in the process. That he lets go, drops to the bottom, and sees what comes. And he doesn't control the encounter. And I guess I'm wondering, how can we carry this awareness that there is radical evil?
Well, now Jung, you got to see Jung is a big topic here, and I do want to say what I always tell people: get the collected works, put it in a bookshelf by your chair, and then rub it every day. And that'll give you the courage to pick up the volumes and read in them. But this is big, folks. I mean, this is 20 volumes, the collected works, plus a lot of other stuff. And you don't want to go too fast on that. Jung, for one thing, you don't want to have Jung as your theologian. Jung is not a good theologian. I mean, if you want a theologian that talks about God changing or growing, then you look to John Cobb or you look to Nikolai Berdyaev, who can say all the things that are constructive that Jung said about God's changing and growth and God's need for us in partnership, without making some of the sort of demonization of God that tends to happen with Jung. Jung never worked out his thing with his father. Let's be clear about that. He never worked out his father complex, and he tried to work it out again with Freud, and Freud was such a cold fish that he couldn't work it out with Freud either. And in my view, if you study Jung, Jung never worked out his father complex. Jung did not value the masculine side of anything nearly as much as he valued the feminine side of everything. While some folks think that's good, I don't think that's balanced. And he has a tremendous ambivalence toward God, and he has a lot of projections going toward God that I think are bad theology. See, in our tradition, God is not an oppressor. God is a liberator. And anybody that tries to come up with a biblical hermeneutic of any kind, including psychological, that turns God into an amoral tyrant oppressor, you just need to understand that's lousy theology. And so don't use Jung for your theologian. Jung makes bad theology and, in some ways, bad literary criticism. It's a good scientific approach to psychoanalysis and should not be turned into the collected work should not be the Black Bible. And there are too many Jungians that haven't studied enough other things, and they turn that into the Bible, and it's not the Bible. Yeah.
How do we carry a notion of radical evil?
Yeah, let me continue. I want to just address. Jung did not turn himself completely over to the process. For example, in active imagination, when you do active imagination, and you should do this as a part of your spiritual practice, you have to understand that Jung emphasized that you will meet things in your active imagination, you will meet things in your unconscious that are very dangerous, and you should not trust the process. Jung never suggested that we trust the archetypal self. And a lot of Jungians think that Jung thought you ought to just trust the unconscious. That was the last thing he believed. He did not believe that at all. He said that the unconscious is full of very dangerous things. And this is why I put so much emphasis on discernment. Because if you get into confrontation with dream figures or figures in your active imagination that feel very toxic to you, you know what? They are. And so you can depending on how toxic that stuff feels to you in your active imagination, if you're going to err, you err on the side of being careful.
Dangerous forces within you when you realize, well, here I am.
Well, Christians he says, what do you do when you encounter those things? Christians have always had a very powerful formula. What is it? Say, get thee behind me, Satan, but you say, you got to know who's saying that. You don't have the power to say, get thee behind me, Satan. This is not an even playing field here. See, so Christians have always called on the name in that context, and in that kind of thing, if you're a Christian doing this, you say, in the name of Jesus, I command you to be gone. That is ancient formula, and it's a true one. This is that thing about discernment I was talking about yesterday. And you can work and study, but you've got to work and study. You need to read Martin Kelsey's books. Martin Kelsey knows a lot about this, and he's not read as much as he should be now. But I'm simply saying, you use the things that Christians have always used. And there is nothing, for Christians, there is nothing more powerful than the name of Jesus. And there are other things that you, of course, you know the Dracula movies, where you use the sign of the cross. There's a lot of true spiritual insight if you study those myths about how to deal with evil. Yes, Daniel.
You're talking about discernment. Would you say that for the apparitions of the Blessed Mother are concerned, that discernment should be employed? Or do you call it delusions? Or
No, hey, listen, the more I pray about this, about Mary, I'm a Protestant. I come out of a down-home gospel tradition. But the more I study the Scriptures and I pray about it, the more feelings of honor and respect and appreciation I have for Mary. And, if you think about what the situation we're in on this planet now, I mean, I don't have much time to go into that right in this minute. But we're in a desperate situation, and it makes, I don't have any problem understanding why people will be seeing Mary, Queen of Heaven. We want a loving, powerful being who is very close to the Lord of life to intercede on our behalf, if you understand how desperate people's lives are, you can understand why they would long to see Mary. Now, your theology, you've got your own theology. Is it possible for people to see an appearance of Mary? Different people come down different ways on that. I'm sure, I'm with Jung on that, I'm sure they're seeing visions of Mary. I don't think it would be very likely that seeing Mary is going to harm your soul, Whereas seeing a little green man who's going to take you in and stick things into various aspects of your orifices, that may not be real helpful to you. So I'm not saying that that's even likely a demonic thing at all. I'm just saying that we're living in an environment where in the next 10 years, it's like the scriptures say, you're going to hear everything. You're going to hear rumors about everything. And you need to be prepared for that. We're living in that time. We're living in that time where you're going to hear rumors about everything. And this is where your discernment, you just turn up, that knob on the rheostat on your discernment, you just turn that up, and people will say you're paranoid. Hey, having your radar on, a lot of very out-of-touch psychiatrists will say you're paranoid. But being vigilant doesn't mean you're paranoid. I'm just saying, be careful, inner and outer. Martin Kelsey says something that I wanted to lift up to you. I mean, I really mean that. Read John Sanford and Martin Kelsey. They are very good guides about a lot of this stuff. And I think especially Martin Kelsey's work, because he was so deeply grounded in Christian faith in everything he did and taught about Jung. Kelsey said something. I was reading this and preparing for talking with you about this, and I just decided that I wanted to ask all of you to read that book, Encounter with God, by Martin Kelsey. That will help you. He talks about everything I've talked about at this conference, and probably in a better way than I have. But you can still get that. It's an old book. It may be out of print, but you'll be able to find it in a library somewhere. And he makes a comment. One of the things he says, though, I believe is wrong. And what he says was, all the old peoples of the earth, what so-called primitives, he said that, their egos weren't that developed, and he thought they were more subject to being negatively impacted by these spirit complexes, demons, than modern human beings are. He thought that because modern human beings have a, quote, stronger ego, and they think more firm boundaries is his fantasy. He's got a fantasy that we've got these firmer boundaries, and we're not as susceptible to evil influences. I think he's totally wrong about that. Totally wrong about that. I think that what has happened, and you've been getting my drift in my talks, I think what's happened in our time, we have become so spiritually tone deaf and increasingly spiritually blind. I think every year that passes, we get more tone deaf and more spiritually blind. I don't think we're safer from evil influences. I think we're easy pickings. And you know what? You've heard of the stealth bomber. There's been a lot of talk in the Gulf War about the stealth technology, where you can have an airplane that becomes completely invisible to radar. I think we've got a lot of stealth demonic influences that are completely not being picked up on your radar. And that is why we're destroying everything on earth now. We're in a difficult situation. I would have said something else. We're in a very difficult situation. And it's because of this flat land spiritual blindness. And so I think that we need to be very aware that a lot of the things that, as I've said, that we think are our ideas may not be. So this discernment thing is very important. Yes, Jim?
I wanted to share one thing that I found kind of helpful in my life, and it combines both ritual and the name you were speaking of, and that is the ritual or sacrament of baptism. Even though I was very young in baptism, I have found in my adult life that I am able to go and recall the strength of that baptism, and that in that baptism I have been signed with the sign of the cross.
Yeah.
And just recalling that and going back and bringing that strength of my baptism into reality, I have found as a tremendous spiritual power and protection. And I have had people, even as a pastor, come to me distressed about all of this, about the sign of the beast.
Yes.
And that we're going to all be signed with the sign of the beast some way.
Right.
You're afraid of that.
Mm-hmm.
And my response is, no, I'm not. Because that which precedes all of that in my life is that I have been signed with the sign of the cross in my baptism.
Yes, sir.
And the name of Jesus is the name that is the strength of my life.
Yes.
And I don't have to live my life in total fear.
Yes.
I need to be aware and discerning, but I don't have to live my life in total fear.
Now see, you hear what he's saying there. Now the thing that is important, though, Jim, is that you have a sense of what Arlene used to call Christus Victor. That is, you don't see Jesus as just sort of a lamb, just a lamb led to slaughter a victim, just solely a victim. You have a sense that something cosmic and powerful was done in this being. So many of my students do not have a clue about any sense of Christ as victor. They tend, we got a lot of victim stuff today. I mean, it's a big in thing to be into, well, I'm more victimized than you. And let's compare our victimizations. And the victim complex, and people are terribly violated. I'm not making fun of that at all. But there is so much power in that victim stuff. We get a lot of victim theologies now about Jesus. I mean, if you kind of think Jesus was a failed social worker, a lot of my little liberal students that have been brought up in churches that have no sense of the power of Christ, then they can't do that, see? You can do that because you have a sense that something, it's like, you ever hear this book, The Hinge of History? The Hinge of History? You have a sense that something decisive occurred in that Christ event. And here's where a lot of that stuff I was talking about last night has hurt, because a lot of people they only see Jesus as the slaughtered lamb. They don't remember that the Christ event is this incredible, mysterious paradox that the Lamb of God is also the Lion of God. And that this is not about some mean God ritually abusing his son to satisfy his own arrogant pretenses to power. There are a lot of people that don't have any sense of this Christology that you draw on. So I suggest to people, I constantly tell them, hey, you need to kind of get into this story of ours. You need to understand what this Christology is. You have to understand that this is about a cosmic liberator. And that if you don't understand who this Jesus of Nazareth was, then calling on his name you won't get it. So that's the place where we have to work. And so that's wonderful that works for you. And I think that can work with a lot of us if we tell our story and understand our story better. But there are a lot of folks that don't. Now here's scripture reading, you mean here in Georgia, I'm going to tell you that you need to read scripture, right? Here, I come in from Chicago to tell you to read scripture. But when I investigate with people whether or not they are reading scripture, as Wesley said, for edification, every day, what I find is most of them don't. Yes.
It helps me along these same lines, and this is relatively new because being brought up in a fundamental background, a lot of the evil that has permeated the true spirituality, which is God is a mean son of a gun. Now, you get out of line, he's going to zap
That's
you.
right.
All of that. I'm just now coming out of that and looking at things. It's helped me greatly to think about Jesus metaphorically as the truth about God.
Yes.
That came to live and breathe as a person and die as a person so that we could know the truth about God. And the truth about God is God's a good God. God loves me. He wants the best for me. Perfect health, jubilant happiness, abundant prosperity. All these good things, I can just spend some time meditating on that.
Yeah.
And be shot out of a cannon first thing in the morning. And my day, it's incredible.
And see, now he's talking about something extremely important. And, the people that keep telling this to me, they witness this to me. I thank God every day for my African American students and my African American in my student body. I have I think in our student body, about 35 to 40% are African Americans that come out of Baptist backgrounds, Holiness backgrounds, singing Methodist backgrounds and so forth, And one of the things that I have noticed about them, these are people that come out of very desperate situations. They're what one of my friends from Georgia, a wonderful man, I don't know whether any of you know him, Jack Shepard, Dr. Jack Shepard, who came from Thomasville, Georgia here. He's one of my dearest friends. And he came up with this phrase. He said, a lot of these homeless people and these poor people in these ghettos are eschatologically privileged. Now, I want you to think about that a minute. That is, when you live in a desperate situation all the time, it tends to help your spirituality. If you have any knowledge about the Master, you get things real sort of arranged more clearly in your life. And one of the things I've noticed about my students in my student body, who are the students that do what you're talking about? Who are the students that begin the morning and say, I praise your name, and Jesus is wonderful. And they start with praise on their lips. And I was out in one African American church, and we were having a meeting of the men. And they welcomed this old elder from the church up. And I know he must have been completely poor all his life. He was in just rags of an old suit. And he didn't have much time left, you could tell. But they brought him up there, and he sang, praise him, praise him, praise him in the morning. Praise him, praise him, praise him in the noontime. And I was just so amazed, see, where this praise was coming from. And that's where it comes from in my student body. It comes from the people that have nothing and have had nothing and have had a terrible time. So it's very interesting to me how hard it is for people to praise. Now, I'll have this class, and I'll have African Americans, and I'll have Hispanics, and I'll have Koreans and Filipinos and Taiwanese in it. And I'll often start the class, and I'll say, does anybody have a song of praise? And they were terrified the first time I did that, because you just don't do that in the academic world, see? And yet, it was very interesting. Before you knew it, the Taiwanese got up, and he sang a praise to God in Chinese. And then the Korean got up, and he sang a praise to God in Korean. And it went on like that. Yeah. That is a very Christian form of positive thinking. That is based on the true God. There's where the positive thinking comes from. And so what I'm just saying to you there is that's absolutely right. And you know what? I have noticed that I don't, in the culture that I have to swim in all the time, I don't get any help with that. There's nobody around praising. Hey, there's nobody around praising, and except, but my African American students, they come in there and, man, they'll praise the drop of a hat. And they mean it. They hadn't forgotten it. They can't forget it, or they don't function. And so I was walking home. I came out of the South. We used to sing when I was a boy. I can remember old Mr. Pete Nipper. He'd get up and he'd sing praise in the church. But I noticed I was walking home after that class, and here I was singing some Blessed Assurance or something. As I walked down the street, and I thought, "Whoa, what in the world is that?" Here I am singing gospel. Yeah.
Something that I've been doing recently from a form of prayer that's been real helpful for me is to get up in the morning and then going through the Tai Chi exercises from a place of just appreciation. And it really helps you get centered and focused and appreciate what you have. And there aren't many words involved.
No.
I prayed for wisdom for a long time in words, and I got a lot of trials. I figured, why are you going to pray for more wisdom?
Yeah.
The Tai Chi has been very powerful.
Well, see there, you get in your body, and you go through an ancient movement that is meant to honor heaven. Chinese know about heaven. They know that the ways of heaven are not our ways, and all their spirituality is, including their movement like Tai Chi, is to get you aware that heaven, the Tao, has its way. We would say that God's law is written on everything, including the physical world. And so I think that using movement, that's that gestural thing I was talking about, where you use movement. I think it's very important to use movement in your spirituality. Yes, others that have things that are helpful. Yes, Nancy, and then you, Ann.
I think what's been helpful for me is the centering prayer, using a Jesus prayer as a mantra to go into a quiet centering prayer, and the practice of the presence of God in that way.
Can you tell those that may not have heard of it before what a centering prayer is? Just simple. Keep it simple for us.
It's simply putting yourself before God and being open to relationship with God. In order to do that, you may use something like a repeated pattern of words, like the Jesus prayer, Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner.
Now say that again so that everyone can hear it.
Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon me, a sinner. And it's used as a breath prayer.
Yeah. And you say it over and over again. And you say it over and over again. I have one of my dearest friends is George Cairns. He teaches with me. I'm so blessed to have him on the faculty, and he is one of the leading persons teaching centering prayer. And he and I have been very shamelessly bringing prayer more into theological education, You over and over again. And see, there are a lot of these folks that will just say Jesus. Yeah.
So that then you can be with God.
The purpose is to open it But just calling on the name for our people, for our tribe folks. Now, for our tribe, that name is the name. And we know that there are mysteries in the Most High. And you know, in my own spiritual life, I've started using the words Most High. I don't even like saying God as much as I used to. Because, you know, Theos and God, and, you know, every language has got, you know, Allah just means God, and so forth. And so I have found that if you use the Hebrew Scriptures way of saying the Most High, then you're not using a name of God. That's not a name of God. That's a pointer. You're simply saying, you know, the Most High. You're not trying to name and control God by naming a name. So, but this Jesus thing, we in our tribe, we know in our story that this is a powerful name. And some people may say, well, you're doing magic. Well, if it is, it's Christian magic. And it is very powerful. So thank you for sharing that. That's very important. If you don't know about centering prayer, talk to Nancy. She'll tell you about it. You were going to say something, Ann.
When I wake up in the morning, I open the blinds to the glass door, and I have the Sanskrit proverb, look to the salutation of the dawn, and that's how I begin my day. And I'll look out, and if there's flowers or if a bird comes and visits from the bush, it's a blessing of being visited.
Yes.
And it's a beautiful way to begin the morning with an appreciation of nature.
Yes.
Because the way I view things, when I look at the trees and the flowers and the birds and everything on the way to work, is that, you know, this is all spirit. It is the manifestation of the Mother Earth and the Father Son, and we are all here because of that miracle that happens between that union.
Yeah.
And so it gives me a real great appreciation of being here, being connected with everything. And when I get to work, I have my St. Francis prayer. Before I do my to-do list, I read my St. Francis.
You all know the St. Francis prayer she's talking about.
And just people say that they comment to me, the littlest things make you happy. And I said, isn't that a wonderful way to live? You know, because,
Absolutely.
you know, if I get something organized in a way that I like, that pleases me, I'm so happy.
Yeah.
And I follow my impulses, like maybe I should be doing this, but I'll do this instead, and I'll do it well, and I'll do it quickly, and I'll be so happy.
Yeah.
And then at the end of the day, it's usually, you know, I'll light a candle, I lay in bed and just be grateful for my day.
There you go.
That is being in constant prayer, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, see, she is practicing the presence, you see. And let me just say a thing about this awareness of the little ones, the little creatures, the other creatures. You know, these old peoples of the earth have much to teach us. We are so arrogant. We Christians have not been real faithful, useful servants for the most part. You know, what we've done to the world in the name of our Lord is very sad. One of the things we've done, we've participated in this arrogant idea that the family of God does not include the little creatures, the little ones. And so the indigenous peoples keep telling us, hey, you've got to remember that this family, you know, when the Sioux, when you have a sweat lodge, and you have someone lead that from a Sioux point of view, the prayer is always including something that says, all my relations. And by that they mean that bird that came to your window. And we need to understand that Jesus is the one that said that not a sparrow falls to the earth without the Father in heaven knowing it. That being is of value. And see, the love of God is so powerful, it's so beyond our constant awareness that we have to get used to the idea that the preciousness that is part of being a royal family extends far beyond the human species. We have got to get back in touch with that, Because if we do not, we're going to destroy our habitat too, and there won't be any human species. So thank you very much for that. We're out of time. I'll stick around for a few minutes to chat with you. Thank you very much for sharing with us. Thank you.